Good morning, everybody. It's the third and final day of the hearing on the Lake Hawea licence. Are any of the objectors who are speaking today present? Your name? Emily. Okay. Emily. All right, fine. Before we call you, Council got any points I want to make at this stage? Okay, thanks.
So I want to talk and show you back up those points, so perhaps we should just show for a few minutes and get some, make some complete on.
Well, we can get started. There's one here. Would you like to come forward and give your evidence? Thank you. I'm not sure who it is.
Would you like to swear by oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, my name is Annemette Sorensen. With reference to the Sales and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012, the purpose of which is to ensure safety in relation to alcohol, and which, as the Act states, is for the benefit of the community as a whole. As a local resident, I'm here to oppose the application for a liquor store in Longview, Lake Hawea. The community has not asked for it, and it is imposed by outside business interests.
Would you just mind moving your microphone a bit closer to you? So, very softly spoken. Thank you.
Speak up a bit. Right.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to hear you.
There are 4 points that I want to make, the first one being the longest. And that is that, as we all know, alcohol causes tremendous harm to individuals, to families and communities. And let me mention the major ones. New Zealand has one of the worst rates of child abuse in the developed world. 1 child on average is killed every 5 weeks, and Oranga Tamariki receives 150,000 reports annually of child abuse, suspected child abuse. A study by the Ministry of Social Development in 2010 found that one of the major factors implicated is in child abuse is substance abuse. And of course, of all the cases that get reported, suspected cases, we know that there are hundreds of thousands of other cases of child abuse that don't get reported. 55% of women suffer some form of abuse by a partner. Obviously, the reverse is also the case, by a male partner, and the reverse is also the case. Just as with child abuse statistics, alcohol plays a significant factor in partner violence. Why? Because alcohol impairs rational reasoning, and it disinhibits and brings to the surface suppressed stresses and anxieties, traumas, which get converted into anger and aggression. This will get expressed towards others or towards oneself in the form of suicide attempts. In my work as a clinical psychologist, along with GPs, other medical specialists, nurses, counsellors, social workers, we see this every day. We work with adults who are fighting addictions, fighting the urge to use alcohol as self-medication. And we see it in the adults, I don't work with children, I work with adults, but they tell me about being impacted as adults, you know, the scars they carry from their childhoods where alcohol was a, you know, was in the household as they grew up. So there's the violence. There's also, of course, the road injuries, the deaths on the road, and in 20% of fatal crashes, alcohol's involved. The next point is that, as the World Health Organization states on the website, that alcohol plays a big role in chronic serious physical illnesses, most notably various cancers. Papers authored by people such as Doug Zillman, who's the Professor of Psychiatry and Addiction Medicine at University of Otago, and David Nutt, Professor of Neuropsychopharmacology and Chairman of Drug Science in the UK. They author papers that show that the sum of harm by alcohol outweighs all other prohibited drugs. Of course, one of the reasons is that alcohol is so prevalent because it is a legal drug as such. Another form of harm stemming from alcohol we see playing out in emergency departments in hospitals. A paper that came out earlier this year that surveyed staff in emergency departments found that of 1,300 people who responded, 98% reported having experienced verbal aggression, 93% physical aggression from alcohol-affected patients at some point, not over their career, but over the preceding 12 months. Alcohol-related presentations in EDs significantly impact general patient wait times, the care of other patients, and naturally it impacts on staff wellness and job satisfaction. If you go to the Ministry of Health's website, you will see, as was also pointed out yesterday, that the cost of alcohol harm runs into billions of dollars to the New Zealand taxpayer. This is, again, it's the physical health expenditure, ACC, intimate partner violence, child maltreatment, road crashes, predominantly. So that's my first sort of point, summary of the harm that alcohol causes. And this is harm that is not necessarily overt, sort of seen in brawls in front of a liquor store, but it is harm that plays out inside the homes, the four walls of the home, and that needs to really be understood. Second point I want to make is that availability of liquor will lead to higher consumption and therefore higher rates of harm in our communities. And there are various papers that are easily accessed on the internet that shows, systematic reviews, meta-analysis that have come to this conclusion. A paper that was published in 2024 that looked into alcohol influence or availability of alcohol influence in adolescents found a particular association between prevalence of alcohol consumption and studies that considered off-premises outlets. And they speculated that this could be because underage alcohol purchasing may be easier in off-premises outlets, where there may exist a lower enforcement of minor purchasing bans, and alcohol might be cheaper. The third point that I want to make is that the more liquor outlets in our communities and the more visible they are, it helps normalise alcohol consumptions, and it contributes to the extent of hazardous drinking. In New Zealand, 20% of the population has a hazardous drinking pattern, and 45% of young New Zealand males have a hazardous drinking pattern. The more it gets normalised, children, everyone, will see going to the liquor store as equivalent to going to the corner dairy for a bottle of milk. The fourth point that I want to make is that there is no demand in the community of Lake Hawea that I'm aware of. However, there is a demand for medical and mental health facilities, of which there are none. Residents are used to going to Wanaka to do their grocery shopping, other shopping, including the purchase of alcoholic beverages from the existing liquor outlets that we've got in our region. People in Lake Hawea are content to do so. I've heard nothing else. In conclusion, it's the needs of the liquor licence applicants that dominate, not those of the population. And these needs are about their business interests. Therefore, in the first instance, I recommend no liquor store in Lake Hawea, and in Longview in particular. If the day comes that this can be reconsidered, I would hope at least 10 years from now, I strongly recommend the placement be of a modest size in an inconspicuous place within an established shopping precinct, away from residential areas, schools and playgrounds. The time is definitely not now. So these are my 4 points, but a final point to summarise. The Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 is about minimisation of alcohol-related harm. Alcohol causes harm, it is indisputable. Even light amounts, a couple of drinks, impair cognitive functioning, and over time even small amounts contribute to cancer and other illnesses. Therefore, limiting liquor outlets, their visibility and their attractiveness, that is, their marketing, is directly relevant with regards to the Act. The onus must be on community safety and well-being. Onus must not be on business interests, especially where there is no such demand for such business. In fact, there's outright strong opposition. So please listen to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you for that. The first points were all about quite a bit about statistics. Do you have any evidence and statistics for more the local area on the abuse percentages and a breakdown of that for Hawea? How does it sit based on other parts of the country, and Wanaka? Do you have down at that level, or you just got the higher level statistics?
Yeah, I don't have specific statistics for Lake Hawea. No, I don't. No, but I see clients every day. I see clients I've got an office in Wanaka, but I see clients from Wanaka, from Hawea, from Luggett, Terrace, all of this sort of local neighbourhood. And I hear it every day that people have difficulty with alcohol consumption, difficulty drinking in a moderate way. And yeah, every day I talk with clients who are harmed or have been harmed or are struggling with containing their urge to drink as a way of generally, as I say, to people who have alcohol problems are often very stressed people and struggle with mental health, struggle with financial stresses, and sadly alcohol is a way of sort of numbing those stresses in the moment, but of course they just create another layer of problems.
Do you have colleagues in
themselves, the families, the community.
Okay.
And I think it was very, very much pointed out yesterday that it is a vulnerable community It's a young community, especially Longview. It's young and it's young families, and they've got multitude of stresses. Yeah. So the last thing they need is this additional.
So have you got colleagues in other part of the country? How do we stack up based on experience with, have you got
Well,
do you have
I
colleagues
work,
and also, we talk here a lot about the vulnerability. I just wonder how the vulnerability stacks up against other parts, other communities.
I would say, and I used to work in Wellington. I moved down here 9 years ago. In Wellington, there are far more, there are resources and far more resources to help people than there is in a rural community like this. So that's one factor. The other thing is that vulnerability is at all levels. So wealthy people, people of high education, they still struggle with alcohol, but they are better able to hide it than people of maybe less good functioning or with less resources.
You made the statement that there's no demand. So how do the other outlets in Hawea survive if there's no demand for alcohol out there?
I'm saying there's no demand for a liquor store that I have heard. I've not heard a single person say, we really need a liquor store in Lake Hawea. I've never heard a person express that need, so therefore, and I think of the 500 people who made a formal objection, I would say of the rest, having worked as a psychologist for 23 years and talked with people day in and day out about this, I would say that my thinking would be that of those who didn't, they were too busy. People lead very busy lives. So they would still object, even if they didn't put in an objection. Some would be neutral, say, I don't really mind either way. I would say it's a minority who would outright say, I really want a liquor store in Lake Hawea.
Yeah, fair enough. There's no evidence on that, but that's a fair enough point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Your submission is very clear and your position is very clear. Thank you.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Is Mr. Van Royal Reel here? Thank you.
Is this?
It's my secret.
Like swear by oath or affirmation.
Oh, one or the other. Give me an oath.
Okay. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do indeed. Good morning, everybody. How are we all? Exciting times. My name is Joel Van Reel. I have been a Hawea resident for 30 years. I've lived in the area for about 35 years. I am here obviously on the matter of the application of the new off-licence, the super liquor at Lake Hawea and Britain Loop in Longview. I'm here to object to the off-licence. I have concerns about the area, the growth in the area and what I've seen in my time living here. My kids are now teenagers, live here. My brother is my neighbour, his kids live here and go to school here. My parents live in Luggett, have done for a long time. My other sister lives up the road. My whole family lives here and we've lived here for a long time and have a wider family that is expanding as we have children. I've seen Hawea grow from a very small village to the town that it is today. I have a construction company and so we build houses for a lot of young people and we see the financial pressure that the young people are under and how they are working their darndest to secure a piece of land, buy a house and extend themselves as far as they can to put a house, to service a mortgage on these sections in this area, and we all know that it's an expensive place to do it. obviously the result of that is the pressure on young families. I talk to dads day in and day out, other subbies, builders, and we all talk about the immense pressure, you know, being on the treadmill and sprinting, going home, wanting to have a beer, your wife's under pressure, you've got little kids at home, and everybody I talk to, and I'm guessing a lot of you, if we're all honest, know that having a beer, having a drink at the end of the day can be helpful when you're under those pressures. And we also know, probably every single one of us know people that take that too far and how it deeply affects the family unit. Every single person I've spoken to, and there are a lot of people, are vehemently opposed to having a liquor store that can sell hard liquor, especially in Longview. We have already shops in Hawea that can sell alcohol. If people want to get a beer or a wine, they can do that. But we don't need something right by a playground that's going to sell booze to families that are under pressure. And even if they're not under pressure, everybody's reaction to alcohol is different. And I'm sure that everybody here has seen people that have blown off the edge on alcohol, and it's really, really unhealthy in a community. And we are very lucky that we have a community that is strong, hence we're all here today, and we're supporting each other in our community. And what we want in our community is what we should have in our community, and our voices should be heard. Like I said, we already have access to alcohol in Hawea, and in the surrounding area we have access to all the alcohol we need. There's a new one here in Three Parks, obviously, selling hard liquor. But something that I think is really important to touch on is being a father with teenagers, and all of you have been teenagers before, some of you a wee while ago, will remember when you got alcohol out of your parents' cupboard and got on the booze and got drunk, or when an older brother or sister or cousin gave you a bottle of alcohol and you got drunk. That happens all the time. You see that. All of you have seen that. That happens today. That's happened to my kids. You are very naive to think that an 18-year-old is not going to buy a pack of RTDs, a bottle of bourbon, or something for his 14-year-old cousin, or his 14-year-old sister, or his 14-year-old brother. I have managed quite a few teenage parties as of late, and what I see there is pretty shocking. It's not like it was, I'm getting closer to 50, but when we were younger, it wasn't like that. The kids these days, the limitations are quite different, and they go pretty hard. And I have seen really shocking things happen. There have been kids that have been drunk. There's been sexual abuse to young girls. I've been involved in some of those cases. We've had devastating results after fights with young boys, broken bones. We've also had kids down at the lake, which is the thing that freaks me out the most, where they've been really drunk. They go for a swim, and they're totally inebriated. How long is it going to be before there is a serious accident, before somebody drowns, before they've got the courage to swim to the middle of the lake and not come back? These are realities that I think if you guys place yourself back in time know are happening, and they're totally unavoidable. So this for our community is a real concern, and we have a community where we look after each other's kids, where our kids can still bike to the shop without having to worry like you do in the big cities. It's something that galvanises our community. Having a liquor store right by a playground it just doesn't help that situation at all. Hence, there are over 500 people that are objecting to it, and there's a lot more that haven't put an objection but are very much against it. There's a couple of other notes. I thought we know, as mentioned, that alcohol leads to higher consumption. If you've got alcohol available, people are going to buy it. It's just a reality. We know that youth are going to have more access to alcohol and hard alcohol. And then, a couple of when you were having your hiatus from the council, Lyle, and driving the concrete truck, and we'd catch up on site, and you'd whinge about Jim and his mates that were getting backhanders, or that, they were all the big boys club, as you used to call it. We know those things happen, and I think it's unacceptable that it gets hidden. And I'd hate to think that that would be happening now, that, we've got biased opinions because we're in a position where we can manipulate information, or we can have a strong hand and a say of something. I think councillors and guys like you, because you're a great guy, Lyle, understand what our community is about, and you're there to support our community. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy.
Joel,
Yeah,
that's my
you
brother.
painted an interesting picture there. We hear a lot about, and it's actually good to bring it all to a point now, because you talk about a strong community, things being unavoidable, things different than when you were younger. Putting aside another liquor store, you've already got liquor stores out there, and the picture you painted with these current liquor stores and what the youth are doing and the big change. Why is it unavoidable? Why has there been such a big change, do you think? And the risk and the harm is so much more greater for them. Sure, I'm just...
Yeah, no, totally, that's a fair question.
One side you're saying it's a very strong community and you're looking after each other. Next thing you're talking about youth down on the lakefront, underages, drinking, you're having parties where you're having trouble controlling them. So we're sort of... I'm just trying to understand the conflict there. One minute you're saying the community's really strong, the other say we've already got problems.
Yeah. Have you got kids?
Sorry?
Have you got children?
Oh, yeah.
Have you got grandchildren?
Yes.
Have you seen the change in the world in the last 15, 20 years in terms of phones, connectivity, social media?
Yeah, well,
Just asking you that as a question for a start. Have you seen that? You have seen that
I'll give you a real
change?
example, okay? I've got a 16-year-old grandson in Auckland, and alcohol is about the last thing on his mind. He's at Rangitoto College. Social media is a big thing. He didn't want to go to the after party, and that's what I'm hearing from him is more of the trend with some of the young people. So that's why I'm having this difficulty. Everyone's saying it's all changed, and the mood is that the alcohol's worse. But I see from my own family something a bit different, and it's just understanding why it's so different at Hawea.
I don't think it's just different in Hawea. I think it depends. Every group is a little bit different, and with teenage kids, especially these days, they're exposed to what's new, what's cool. See my mate on Instagram, he's got if we reflect on alcohol and drugs, but alcohol, these guys have made this rocket fuel and they're having a great time, and we're going to go out camping, and they set a picture that can be instantly spread. Bonfire at the beach, we're all having drinks, we're all having a great time. We didn't have that because we didn't have that connectivity.
No, I understand, yep. That's a good point.
And it's great to hear that there are kids that are going the other way, and there are definitely kids going the other way. I think the thing is that that's a reality that's happening, and because we've got a tight community, we do talk about it, and as parents, we support each other. What can we do? It doesn't mean that you can just hover over your kids, be a helicopter parent,
Yeah, understand. I was just trying to get back to some of the comments you made about, and I'm just bringing it now back to another outlet. As you've seen a lot of growth, you've been here for a long time, you've been part of the growth. How do you see Longview developing over the next 10 years, and especially in the commercial area?
Especially in the commercial. Well, I mean, Longview was obviously developed by default. The council, as you remember, wanted to have an affordable housing area. Everybody voted for it because we needed an affordable housing area, but the council never stipulated where that area was going to be. Lane Hocking was lucky that it landed where it did. He got development rights and got the RMA pushed through so he could make that development. Very quickly, it has not become an affordable housing area. However, it is still the cheapest area in town, so we have a majority of young families moving into that area and living there. Across the road, we obviously have Alan Dippy's, Timsfield. which is also looking at having a commercial precinct, possibly the school, primary school, and so forth, which will be right across the road. Growth is inevitable. Commercial shops and precincts are inevitable to supply people with the things that they need and that they want. I think we live in a society now where we are more looking to attain the things we want in terms of, for example, they're putting in a physio because it's wanted in Hawea. They're going to put in a small medical centre, is the talk at the moment from Matt Lamming up by the shop there. Development is inevitable for sure. But I think community-led development is really, really important, because what we've seen every time is when it's just led by developers, we have issues where it's what the developer wants, and the vision of the developer is not necessarily the vision of the community. And it's often led by financial interest.
Yeah, okay. So did you say led by the developer or by people in business wanting to start businesses out there? 'Cause
Well, of course, there's always businesses wanting to develop business, and that's how business works. If you can make a financial model work, you start a business. If it doesn't work as a financial model, you don't start that business. That's common sense. Okay. What I'm saying is that the community there is still a very tight community, and as communities grow, as you know, if you've got family in Auckland, the community gets less and less as it develops and grows. We want to develop the community the way we see fit. And that doesn't mean that, yes, you can say, oh, only that shop can go there and only this shop can go here. We're not going to have a beauty salon, whatever. Obviously, it works to an economic model. There will be growth in the area.
But you're saying no to a liquor store?
We say no to a liquor store because liquor isn't, it's the same as a vape store, Lyle. You know that. People don't want vapes. Every teenager vapes. You go to school and ask them how many vapes they confiscate. A lot of vapes. Is tobacco any different to alcohol? Kids want to experiment. Kids want to have a change of how their emotions feel. Just earlier this year, unfortunately, there was a 14-year-old kid in my son's class that took his own life, you know. There's a lot of stresses out there on these young kids. And you would think, oh, you can manage that. If we could just get them through the next couple of years. They constantly find outlets. They're constantly finding things like alcohol, taking drugs, having a vape. All the parents are aware of this, and we're doing our best. But while you're on that treadmill sprinting to pay the mortgage, you've got a whole lot of pressures. There's a whole lot of pressures at home. Financial situation is not the same as when you were 30. You know that. So, you know, it's about, yeah, I mean, I don't even know where that argument lies. I don't know how you can push for the pros of an alcohol shop selling hard liquor.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, you've got to accept that, you know, it was pointed out by earlier witness, whether you agree with it or not, alcohol is still a legal commodity.
It is.
And so it vapes, sadly. But yeah, so that's, you can't argue if the businessman thinks it's a business model. If they've done the business model out there and it stacks up, there must be some demand for it.
There's always going to be demand for it, Lyle. Right. But like you and I used to have those conversations on the work site, there's demand for a lot of things. If somebody can make money and if somebody's got the opportunity to get in there and make that money, of course they're going to do it. And we've had conversations in the past where we've said, is that best for the community? Is that best should the council be doing that?
Okay, thank you. Very good. Thanks, Jeremy.
Joel.
John, one moment, please.
Cheers, guys.
Is this, sorry, mate?
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So you're bolting. Is this, we've heard from a number of submitters that this is an issue of timing. It's a matter of timing. That the development in that area is acutely sensitive at present. Are you of the opinion that there will never be another liquor store in Hawea? Or is it a question of not now, but sometime when it is a more robust community?
I don't know what you mean by robust. I think it's a pretty
large.
robust community at the moment. I think in the future, it's very hard to have a crystal ball, but as Hawea develops, there will be a new hotel that's coming online up by the lakefront, which will be also a commercial area where tourism will come, where it will be more like a central town hub. Where the shop is located at the moment, there's also more commercial infrastructure going in there, and there's every chance that that is the kind of area, such as in Three Parks, such as in off Anderson's Road here, Reese Crescent, opposite the police station, you know, these kind of out of the way of the community, somebody passing through town, a camper van or whatever, that's the kind of area where they're going to go to, and there is the chance that in the future that would be a place. However, there is also going to be a hotel there that may have an off licence. There is a shop right next door that also sells alcohol, doesn't sell hard liquor. There is a difference, obviously. I don't have that crystal ball, but I would say that the people in this community looking into the future will never want to have a liquor store that is just right down the road from a playground
Right.
in their community,
Okay.
where residential housing is.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Is Cameron Riley available? Thank you. Not drinking.
Would you like to swear by oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching on the matter before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
We have your written evidence, so if you'd like to address that, thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you. My name is Cameron Riley, and I'm a Longview resident and live within 200 metres of the proposed liquor store site. Like most of the objectives that have already spoken, I'm not anti-alcohol or opposed to commercial growth. However, this proposed liquor store in this location, in my opinion, introduces a clear and unnecessary risk of increased harm to our community. As you'll well be aware, it is within 110 metres from a book school bus stop, 200 metres of the children's playground, and within 200 metres from a planned church and childcare centre in the future. These are high-risk proximity settings where exposure to alcohol retailing can directly influence attitudes and behaviours, as a number of objectives have pointed out. Under the Act, the committee must consider land use compatibility, and placing a predominantly exposed off-licence so close to our children's frequented locations is incompatible in my opinion. As other objectives have spoken to, this normalising of alcohol around minors is making it part of everyday routines is not acceptable in my opinion. I also believe there's a high risk of increased alcohol litter within our community. For example, broken bottles around the playground and bus stop, which not only reduces amenity, but creates real physical danger for our children. Unfortunately, the community would bear the responsibility of cleaning this up, and on numerous occasions I myself have picked up alcohol-related rubbish while out walking the dog in Longview and also walking my child to the playground. As highlighted by the medical officer of health yesterday, or the day before, we have local survey data from 2023 Upper Clutha Youth Voice Survey, which shows high levels of youth drinking and binge drinking in the Upper Clutha area. Of those respondents aged between 11 and 24, 67% reported consuming alcohol and 33% reported binge drinking when they did consume. 74% also said their parents were the main source of that supply. Increasing alcohol availability in a neighbourhood increases the amount of alcohol present in households, which in turn increases that risk of harm through social supply. We are not looking at a theoretical possibility. The risk is current and active, and will increase the risk of harm within our community, which goes against the object of the Act. The number of young people in our community will continue to increase as Lake Hawea grows. That means a potential exposure to alcohol marketing and social supply as a result of this proposed liquor store will grow to it, and with it, the risk of that harm. From reading the Act, I believe the object is to minimise harm and ensure alcohol is sold and supplied responsibly. Given that the sensitive location, the family-centred nature of the neighbourhood, and the existing youth harm patterns, this licence will reduce the community wellbeing and safety and increase the risk of harm in our community. It's also important to note that there is no police station in Lake Hawea. The nearest station is in Wanaka, around 17 minutes away, meaning any issues of disorder take longer to address, and in a location so close to children's daily spaces, that delay only increases the risk of harm. As people have alluded to already, this proposed site sits out the current alcohol ban area within the area, which adds further concern. Increased summer tourism and visitor numbers could lead to more public drinking in outdoor spaces near Longview and the playground. As the local youth population grows, these same spaces are likely to become congregation points for public drinking and antisocial behaviour, as demonstrated by the fight in the Wanaka playground a year or so ago, which was quite highly publicised. Studies show that increasing the number, it's also especially important to note that the public seating and convenient toilet block that we have in the playground could also play into that. Studies show that increasing the number of outlets significantly increases those risks, and this would reduce the amenity and good order to more than a minor extent, in my opinion. On a personal note, I grew up in a family environment whereby alcohol was front and centre on a regular basis for any social gatherings, whether it be in our own home or someone else's home. As a child and subsequent teenager in this environment, I was conditioned to accept this as normal behaviour, which included being asked to drive a heavily intoxicated family friend home because I was deemed to be the least drunk person at the time. It wasn't until I had a family of my own that I made the conscious decision not to expose my children to the same alcohol-centric lifestyle I was exposed to growing up. That is part of the reason why we moved down to this area, and to offer a better environment for my child growing up. Having a liquor store in this location only makes it harder for us as parents to minimise the normalisation of alcohol in our lives. It does not support the safe, family-friendly neighbourhood we are working hard to build, and would undermine that direction and increase the risk of harm we all face. I also want to acknowledge the emotional side of this issue, which has been openly visible in a number of objectors who have spoken here over the past few days, and including myself, which I'm just holding now. The strength of feeling within our community and these objectives comes from lived experience of real harm caused by alcohol. Those emotions reflect the human impact already felt by families, neighbours and victims of alcohol-related harm. Approving another liquor store here would only increase the risk of harm, and with it, the emotional harm already being experienced in our community. Finally, I appreciate the committee's role and the care that goes into these decisions, and I also recognise that it is relatively uncommon to decline off-licences applications, especially over the past 7 years here. However, the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act requires that where there is a clear and demonstrable increase in the risk of harm, particularly in relation to children and young people, the correct and necessary decision is to decline. I firmly believe that in this case that threshold is met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Just remain in place. The committee members have questions to put to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just to come hone on a couple of the points. We've had a bit about the litter, and you say you walk around, you picked up litter. When we issued the off licence for the Fresh Choice, did you notice any great increase in alcohol-related litter around there and around the park?
I wasn't living here prior, in the period prior to that opening, so I can't comment on that.
Well, there's a similar question then about we seem to get the comments that people with an off licence, people were going to go in and buy and sit outside and drink outside or near the off licence premises. Have you seen the evidence of that based on outlets in Wanaka or up at, for example, the outside Fresh Choice? We've got the park there. Have you recently seen people going in and seeing them sitting around drinking in the park based on, since that off licence was, I know you weren't here, but in more recent times, have you seen that? It's just trying to understand, the picture of people going in and then just going to the playground and sitting there and drinking a dozen of cans of beer or something.
Living in Longview, we frequent the playground down there, so I don't frequent that playground very often. So are you talking about the one that is just around the corner near the community centre up there?
Yeah,
Playground?
yeah.
Yes,
Well, Fresh Choice there, you got off licences up
I
there.
don't.
So I'm just trying to understand, you're painting a picture that what's going to happen if there's an off licence at Longview, you're suddenly going to get a whole lot of people sitting around outside near the off licence drinking alcohol they've bought there. I just wanted, is that based on what you've experienced outside other off licences? You see what I'm getting at?
Yep, no, I'm just saying
Like
the
the
risk
off
of
licence
having,
in Reese Crescent, one at Three Parks. Do you see people sitting out drinking near the off licence?
from my understanding, the places up there, the Fresh Choice, liquor ban areas. So in my time, I haven't seen people drinking there
That's fair
late at
enough,
night because I don't
that's a
visit
good
those
point,
areas
yeah.
late at night.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. Okay, no, there's one about other parts like, like around Three Parks.
No, those are quite commercial zones, and there's a lot of parking and driving around there, and no real. And I don't walk around the social spaces around that area.
Okay,
I
that's
go to
cool.
shop.
Just wanted to check if you'd had some real evidence of that. No, I think that's all. Yeah, the other thing you raised, and it's been mentioned also, which is a bit scary, and I know it comes out in the student, or the youth survey and that the source of alcohol for the young ones is from parents. Now, you think that's going to change if there was another outlet? If they're already providing alcohol to their young ones now, they'll get it somewhere to provide it. Do you think, can you blame that on another outlet? Or is that just
I guess personal
a
responsibility.
parental problem? We should be honing in on parents and trying to educate them.
Yeah, personal responsibility is important, but I guess research is clear around the fact that availability and convenience of stores in neighbourhoods only increases the levels that that's going to have within the homes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Cole coming? Mr. Cole, is he coming today?
He's there.
Oh, Mr. Cole, Mr. Cole, you're here. Are you able to give your evidence now? Yes. Thank you for accommodating us.
Is that still oath or recognition?
Oath is fine, yeah. Yeah.
Do you swear by the Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give touching on the matter before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yeah, I do. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Just proceed when you're ready.
Okay, thanks. So as you know, my name is Tom Cole. I'm a teacher of secondary students, have been for over 30 years. I teach up at the local college here. I also drive a school bus to bring the students from Hawea, which is where I live, into school. And so I'm very familiar with young people and what motivates them. And basically, I have a good experience prior to being a teacher. I was in the Merchant Navy as a deck officer. So I've worked in a situation where there's been a lot of alcohol freely available, and so I've seen the result of some poor decisions, and I'm here because I do actually want to oppose this proposal to put an alcohol off license in a prominent position in a residential area. I think it would be quite harmful, and it's one of those things where when you have an age limit, okay, so 18-year-olds can buy alcohol. Before they were 18, they were 17, and I teach a lot of 17-year-olds, and the difference between 17 and 18 could be a day. And I'm pleased to say the majority of students are really sensible people that I trust, but I wouldn't say that if they had some alcohol inside them. And I worry that with the availability of alcohol close at hand, when they're really, it could be in a concentrated form, it could lead to some really poor decisions. And we've heard from a number of objectors that a lot of the statistics and the real evidence of the harm that alcohol can do. For me, being a grandfather and father of kids locally here, I would hate to see the result of one wrong decision by one person in a car, perhaps, or in another situation affecting my family or any of the community. And these are all common values that we hold in the community. That's why I moved here to Wanaka and to Hawea particularly, for the strong community. So I think there are much more important things that could be in the community available for the community than a liquor store. I don't think that's a priority at all. I'm not against alcohol, okay, but I just think that where it is due to be cited, concerning the fact that it's liquor, sort of mainly, I mean, it's called super liquor, which the advertising is there on the front of the building, and it will be available for people driving past to go, oh, super liquor, yes. Young people will probably think it's quite cool, and then it's an opportunity for bonding. I think I'd rather see a McDonald's in place where young people could actually gather together and do something positive, you know. Anyway, that's my personal opinion, but I think it's backed up by what a lot of people have said here, and I really strongly object to the fact that it's going to be just over the road from us, you know, and where we live, not far away, and I'll drive past it every day in my bus, and I hope I don't encounter anybody speeding past my bus from the night, having the night before drank a little bit too much and not see the child that's about to get on the bus. Okay, so yeah, hopefully we'll be able to say, or I'll be able to say, that I've done something towards preventing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cull. Any questions, Ron?
Yes, please. With your other role as a teacher and school bus driver,
Yep.
you obviously must hear a bit of chatter from the young people. Do you hear much conversation about them buying and consuming alcohol?
Do I ever have conversations? Yeah.
No. Do you hear much chatter or conversation from them on that? Because we hear, you know, people here have just heard that our parents are supplying the alcohol. It's a matter of where they're getting it from. And it all comes down to you, everyone throwing another outlet's going to make it so much worse. But if they're already getting it now, and just want to understand them, or is it happening, or is it just a perception?
Well, if I trawl back through my memory, it doesn't matter where the alcohol comes from.
Sorry?
It's more to do with the decisions that the kids make when they consume the alcohol, and the fact that they will have access to it is out of our control. However, the sighting of the liquor store being in a prominent position in the community is more harmful than having it somewhere else, because I think it's a reminder that there is alcohol available, and they may, I mean, advertising is designed to get people to buy the product. And it may be that a very simple advert like the name, super liquor. It could just be something put out there to say that such and such is on offer. You know, alcohol advertising has really been decreasing because of legislation for a good reason, because obviously it works. And it's up there with gambling, you know, all the other vices that unfortunately human beings enjoy and therefore will pursue. And for young people, it's about bonding. That's the one thing I've learned in my career, is that it doesn't matter what situation they're in, it's the network they create that's the most important thing to them. And if their network says, let's drink, then they get involved. And that's the way it is. Yeah.
So, yeah, the network say they drink, so they can do that now, and
Yep.
you're saying another store will just make them do it more. Is that what you're suggesting?
Say that again, sorry.
You say if the network, they'll be doing that networking now, and they
Yes.
can get alcohol now. You're suggesting that another store will make it, they'll do it more?
I am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All good? Thanks.
Is Donnell Stewart available? No? Well, I think we'll adjourn till she's due to come. She's due at 11:14. Okay. Okay? Yeah, that's right, 10:40. So the next appearance is due at 10:40, so we'll take a break and return at 10:40, please. Thank you.
Ten forty, you say?
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Thanks for making contact.
Is that Paulin's? So is that Paul and Philippa online? Are they next? Are they? Or
Yeah, she's not here yet.
Yeah, I think they told me she's coming at 10:40.
right?
So are we on a break or not?
I think we're on a break, mate.
Good morning again. Is Donnell Stewart available? Thank you.
Information, please.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching on the matter before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
We have your written evidence. Would you like to address it?
Yes, I would, yeah. Explanation, okay, sorry. So my name is Donnell Stewart. I am a mother of 2 young kids that go to Hawea Flat School, but I also live in Luggett, so have a bit of a background of having my foot in the 2 different communities. Really mindful of a liquor store being opened in a suburban development in that area. I've had experience of having an off licence across the road from us in Luggett, the Luggett pub, and just really noticed the amount of broken bottles and things that are there every time there's a big event at the pub or in the weekend. The kids will be at the school bus stop, which is across the road from the Luggett pub, and just the amount of times that kids have stepped on broken glass and those sorts of things have really been worrying and upsetting in our community. I'd hate to think that that same impact would be felt in Hawea if that were to happen in that development. So a bit of that, but also not super happy about the normalisation of alcohol in the community and the harm it could cause to the children. Don't really feel that it needs to be in that location. Realistically, there are other better placed positions for that outlet. Shouldn't be across the road from a bus stop or a playground. Just really don't think that that's benefiting the community or adding anything there. I don't think it's helpful. Questions?
Well, thanks. Thank you for that.
That's
very,
okay.
Very short and sharp. It's really good to hear your comment about the litter. Just confirming, do you reckon the litter's associated with the off licence from there, or after a big shindy at the Luggett Hotel? Because I know they have quite big.
A bit of both. So there's often a lot of I'm not a car person, but there's hot rods.
Sorry?
I'm not a car person, but there's hot rods, like cars that kind of congregate in the car park opposite the Luggett pub.
Yeah.
And so there'll be people drinking there or leave their bottles there, coming from the pub across the road, just throwing the bottles on the ground.
Okay.
And just the amount of litter, there's actually quite a lot of litter. Mm. So, yeah, people having to tidy that up. And I can see that's happened in that location. I'm imagining that would also happen if people were congregating outside a liquor store.
Have you noticed it outside the other liquor stores around in Wanaka?
Because I'm not in a place where I walk past other liquor stores other than that outlet, probably not.
Okay.
Just where I'm located, I don't have to go past any liquor stores.
Okay.
I work in Wanaka, I work across the road actually, and I don't have to walk past any liquor stores.
You do accept the liquor store in Luggett is associated with an on licence, so there's a slight difference than the standard off licence.
I'm more worried about the alcohol and the littering than whether it's an off licence or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks guys.
Okay, we're just waiting there's 2 more online.
Sir Paul is online at the moment.
Oh, good. Philippa Paul. Oh, Paula. Paula Paul? Paul, I beg your pardon. Paul, are you there?
Yeah, Paul Kilkison online now.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to make your submissions. You'll need to be sworn first, please.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching on the matter before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
We've got your written evidence, Mr Gilkison, if you'd like to address it, please.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not a resident immediately adjacent to the proposed site, but I'm a member of the wider community and one who cares deeply about the environment we are shaping for our families, our children, and our future. My whānau has spent hours at the park next to the proposed development. It's a space that fosters connection, play, and well-being. But the licence for Kiro's holdings, if the licence is approved, that sense of safety and community will be compromised. Let's be clear, alcohol has a well-documented link to antisocial behaviour. Introducing a drive-through alcohol hub into a residential subdivision sends the wrong message, especially to our tamariki and rangatahi. What we are saying to them when their first commercial outlet in the neighbourhood is a liquor store, what is the message that we've actually got for them? Now, I'm not here to vilify alcohol. My submission was not that. Many of us enjoy it responsibly, but I am here to advocate for a safe, equitable environment, one that nurtures rather than exploits. Talking about the proposal itself, if we can just refer to the image that was part of my proposal, the artist's impression submitted by the applicant is frankly misleading. It omits key realities. There are no cars in the drive-through. There's no vans, there's no delivery trucks, and the sort of hustle and bustle that you would expect of that sort of a commercial activity. There's no signs of wear, there's no graffiti, there's none of the other detritus that one would expect to see around those sorts of establishments. It's a sanitised, idealised version of what will be a high turnover outlet for alcohol, vapes and tobacco. This is clearly not a community asset by any means. It's really just a profit engine. And secondly, I point out with regards to the image, even the signage has been strategically subdued. It's designed to look inoffensive, but that doesn't make the business model any less aggressive or inappropriate for this location. We have to ask ourselves, is this the kind of development we want to anchor our neighbourhoods? Is this the legacy we want to leave our children? I strongly oppose the granting of licence to Kiro's holdings at this site. I urge the committee to consider not just the commercial interests at play, but the long-term social and emotional well-being of our community. And so those are the points that I wish to make in addition to my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Gilkison. I'll check with committee members as to whether or not they want to question you further.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Your comments about the picture and doesn't show all the vehicles and that, you accept that this is a commercial area, so the other businesses that could be in that area will also have car parks and delivery vehicles and trucks and that coming and going, whether they be, not sure what they might be, but not a liquor store, for example, might be fast food outlet, might be post courier service, things like that. Do you accept that?
I would expect that any other business that was making a submission and asking for a licence to operate within that area, they would also have an artist's portrayal of their business that would include the activity that would be normal for the day, which would include cars. So this applicant has decided not to actually include something which is evidently going to be very much part of their business model.
So we should draw in some cars in those car parks and you'll be happier with that. Sorry, I'm being a bit flippant. Yeah, thanks, Paul.
No, we have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
We have no further questions. Thank you so much for your submission.
Okay, thank you for your time.
So, Philippa Paul.
Philippa is online.
Okay. Philippa Paul, we'll arrange for you to be sworn or to make an affirmation.
I'm happy to swear.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare that and affirm that the evidence you're about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear, yeah.
We have your written evidence, so if you'd like to address it, Professor Poole.
Yes, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak and also to come in by Zoom. Just to speak to my objection, this is not a templated submission. I wrote this de novo. My name is Philippa Poole. I'm a professor of medicine and I've been a general physician, which is a specialist, for over 30 years in the City of Auckland. I'll assume you've read my brief of evidence. From that, I'd really like to emphasise that first, the cost of alcohol-related harm to Aotearoa society is estimated at $9.1 billion per year. And as you know, there's a range of harms, and this ranges from individuals, liver disease, cancers. There's an increasing awareness of cancer risk associated with alcohol, fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, which is where parents have or mothers have drunk during pregnancy, in early pregnancy, and then there's a lifelong burden on the child, behavioural and learning difficulties, increased risk of suicide, which is a problem in rural areas, dementia, falls, and heart and neurological disease. So we sort of all know about that. But there are sort of wider impacts too on families and communities through increased domestic violence and abuse association with alcohol, road crashes and deaths, which is a particular concern of mine in this particular proposal, economic and job impacts, the cost of the alcohol on families, but also people losing their jobs through not being able to perform adequately. And then there's the impact on the services. And again, we're newcomers, but we do own property in both Hawea and Wanaka. We've got family there both and very aware of the area, have been visited Longview many times. But as a doctor, just knowing the amount of acute and chronic support that's needed to help support those who have alcohol-related harm or acute incidents. So as a society, I just urge everyone to think about what are we doing as a society to try and minimise alcohol-related harm. So that's the first point. The second point is, in my view, this particular proposal has some specific features which make it more at risk of causing harm than what has been stated in the application. And I urge the commissioners to really review that carefully. I think this relates to the location of it. It's a very prominent location along a thoroughfare road, but particularly in a neighbourhood which was probably not designed to have this in mind. I was curious about the statistics basis on which the risk was calculated, and it was from the 2023 census, which we all know wasn't 100%, but it also is outdated given the recency of the developments in the subdivision. So these statistical blocks are calculated on 9 factors, and including housing, income, job security, whether there's solo parents, whether people are renting or not, and access to services. So there's quite a lot of factors that go into it. So I would strongly contend that the makeup of the mesh blocks that have gone into that statistical area are different today and more diverse today than they were before the census in 2023, when the land was relatively undeveloped, probably owned by farmers or developers. So the particular prominence is an issue, and that leads to greater awareness of alcohol for current and future generations. So again, that's harm that's going to play forward. The distance from the health services and emergency care and first responders, so having to bring first responders out from Wanaka to deal with incidents, or people having to travel in for more emergency care when there isn't a overnight hospital in the region. So that has an opportunity cost because, of course, of those first responders or health services associated with long-term harm effects are tied up with more harm responses. They won't be able to be available to the rest of us who might want to access them for routine care. So the other concern is the driving, and it's touted as a hub for the community. So that's, you know, by design, we'll be dragging people along the roads in cars at 100 k's to this place, and of course more traffic, more busy traffic, younger people. It may have risk of alcohol-related road trauma. So for these reasons, I remain strongly opposed to the application and urge that it's declined. I'm happy to clarify any aspects.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Philippa. You raised the point about the census statistics, which is a good point, and how it's different today. Do you accept it will be different in 5 years' time? And do you see any, with a change that may come with extra population and that, there's still no place for a business such as this out there?
But of course it will be different in 5 years' time, and but that's speculative, and I wouldn't like to draw any conclusion about what the nature of it will be. But because it has been specially designed to attract people, it's a special housing area, so one can assume it will be a younger population, and people who are moving there who may not be able to afford housing elsewhere in the district or in the country. In terms of your question about a liquor store, well, I don't really feel that I want to comment on it. At the moment, I'm commenting directly on this proposal.
Okay.
I couldn't help noticing that when, I've become more aware of where these liquor outlets are, and I've, taken special pains to go around and see. But for the most part, these liquor stores are tucked into a more of a commercial area, not particularly obvious, but this one is particularly prominent and particularly cited, I think, to increase harm at many levels.
Have you driven into Wanaka recently?
Yep. Yes.
What's the first thing you drive down the hill and see? Bottle O. Never mind. I'm sorry to give you another example.
I do see a Bottle O, but it's not in a dormitory subdivision. It's in a main street which has got other commercial properties.
Do you accept there'll be other commercial properties in this area at Longview? That whole area is zoned for commercial, and this is just one part of it?
Well, it can't be a very big commercial area because there isn't much space for it to be big. But no, I don't know about those plans.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Fair enough. Okay, no, thanks very much, Philippa. And it's good hearing from you with your medical degrees and profession that you can bring to the table. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Paul.
The band at home is just running a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Trying to find a car park.
Oh dear.
No parking problems at work.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I don't think
Thank you very much. We do have your written evidence, so we'd like to address it. To you. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. I haven't done the final edit, so bear with me on the verbal submission. I shall proceed as if my submission has been read. Thank you. Kia ora, my name is Amanda McComb. My son and I lived in Hawea for 9 years. We moved closer to town for schooling as he's in his final year. A lot of parents will be missing today, their children doing finals. We'll be moving back to Hawea. I was on the committee for the Hawea playgroup. My son attended Hawea Flat School. We know and love many of the parents and children in the area. I was a member of the Luggett Community Association for a year and will likely be involved in the local government in Hawea. I have experience in risk management and assessment, including writing safe operation plans. I'm freelance in risk assessment currently. I'm training at further levels, risk consultancy shortly, and have completed a significant body of work in relation to the following. Due to the lack of access of services in the region and because we care, I, like most of the other submitters, have had to learn to apply academic levels of information simply through necessity. Most recently, I've completed St John's Adult Mental Health First Aid course and the Aotearoa Youth Mental Health First Aid course, and I note that the majority of those presenting verbal submissions posing this application, they're on those courses. These are the people that are on the front line when the predominant services can't cope. Yeah? Then presenting verbal, I've also taken upon themselves to upskill matters to mitigate the more than minor adverse effects of alcohol. Most of these people in attendance over the last few days will be the ones to pick up the pieces of the multi-million-dollar profiteers, both QLDC and the applicants, who have only spoken to mitigating the risk that affect their profit margins directly and not that of the community's socio-environmental setting, without being prompted to do so by the committee. Librarians, mums, teacher aides, community association members, and the like having to train in responding to declining mental health, sexual assault, suicidality disclosures, matters that some spend many years in training for because it's a matter, it's better than attending yet another preventable funeral. That's why most have chosen to take the time away from our children, community work, professions to submit in a climate of service delivery drought. Because if we don't, we're all going to be back and seeing each other at the same funerals. Yeah. As highlighted in the statutory interpretation by the Supreme Court by Justice Susan Glazebrook, legislation binds all people and entities in New Zealand, and everyone is assumed to know the law, albeit somewhat of a legal fiction, such as legislation must be accessible to those it binds. Statutes must also be understandable and drafted with sufficient precision to allow people to order their affairs according to law, and importantly, to allow those who administer legislation to do so according to law. It is unjust to expect those who are clearly heart-centred and aligned with the community's spirit, intent, and the purpose of the law, to expect them to both meet the community's ever-increasing needs and be able to present a submission case to the letter of the law, which takes many years of training and practice to exercise effectively. Seemingly to the standards sought by some of the committee, the applicant and his counsel, who was noted to be smirking with dubious delight at the lesser legal prowess of some of the submitters of the applicants. Interpersonal comparative would be someone sexually assaulting another and then using the letter of the law to argue they didn't say no good enough, when the offender never asked nor proved their interest was to even consult or attain consent. Alcohol is a factor in 1/3 of domestic violence incidences. The reason many have submitted feeling first pleads during this hearing is that a mother and child's nervous system differs to that of an adult male's. The reason male assault females is a distinct charge is to recognise the law and the power ratio difference. In legal settings, fair representation is a key factor, and while the applicant and counsel can feel heard and see themselves in the committee, very few of the other submitters can. This makes it more difficult to access the executive function part of the brain in order to navigate male-dominated legal settings. To place a proverbial shoe on the other foot so the committee can empathise with mother and child's feelings, let's imagine that as the comparative power ratio equivalent of women and children to adult men, it is the same as men to gorillas. If all the submitters are gorillas in this room, and with more expensive lawyers than you, they're not seeking consent and they don't want to ensure that some of you are going home to behind closed doors with an intoxicated gorilla, an ambulance or a police is 20 minutes to 48 hours away, the sensitive police unit is over an hour away, gorillas make up 1/3 of your community, so you never know when you're going to run into one. You may be harassed with little ability to do anything about it, maybe worse. Fighting them off or running isn't a feasible option. In some cases, you may be killed. You can imagine what it feels like to be entirely reliant on responding teams and times for your personal safety in a rural community. If you had the ability to speak at a DLC hearing in an attempt to stop the gorillas from accessing hard liquor, would you? Would you submit that the committee declines the application in its entirety? Because that would seem to be good law in views, right? That's good law to stop drunk gorillas. That's what we're dealing with. In risk management, the risk owner, the entities or the persons accountable for the risk that arise from their proposed activities is also responsible to ask and consult with the community to avoid and mitigate risk. It is not the submitter's risk to own, and to suggest this is victim blaming, which is why the numerous submitters have sought that the application be declined in its entirety, because the applicant has not owned the risk sufficiently to avoid, mitigate or remedy it. And so we feel appropriately scared and threatened by the application. We are not asking for this application, nor asking for another liquor store. The claim of community focus, when they're expecting the community to manage the predominant weight of risk that is theirs to own, highlights the character perfectly. When the community has its hierarchy of needs met sufficiently, then, and only then, can the harm-inducing behaviours even be considered with informed consent. When the application of the legislate is confusing or unclear, particularly due to weighted fixations on the letter of the law, there is flexibility within the 4 pillars of law and the spirit of the law to meet the purpose of the Act. In the statutory interpretation of the Supreme Court, Justice Glazebrook advises, the Interpretation Act 1999 states the meaning of the enactment must be ascertained from its text and in light of its purpose. The section underscores a modern purposive approach to statutory interpretation. As the Supreme Court stated in Commerce Commission versus Fonterra, under Section 5, the text and purpose are the 2 main drivers of statutory interpretation. The Court also stated that even if a meaning of the text may appear plain isolation of its purpose, that meaning should always be cross-checked against its purpose in order to observe the dual requirements of the legislate. The purposive approach is not new. Even in the old Acts, Interpretation Act 1924, Section 5J, mandated that legislation should receive such fair, large and liberal construction and interpretation as will best ensure the attainment of the object in the Act of such provision or enactment according to its true intent, meaning and spirit. An application of the purpose of local government is to enable democratic local decision making and action and on behalf of communities, and B, to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. Under the sale of supply purpose, the purpose of parts 1 and 3, the schedules of the Act, is for benefit of the community as a whole, to place a new system of control over the sale and supply of alcohol with the characteristics stated in subsection 2, and then to reform more generally the law relating to the sale and supply and consumption of alcohol so that it is effective and administration helps to achieve the object of the Act. The characteristics of the new system, that it is reasonable and its administration helps the object of the Act. The object of the Act is the sale and supply and consumption of alcohol should only be undertaken safely and responsibly. The harm caused by excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol should be minimised. Thank you. The harm caused by excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol should be minimised. For the purpose of subsection 1, the harm caused by the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol includes any crime, damage, death, disease, disorderly behaviour, illness, injury, directly, indirectly caused, or directly or indirectly contributed by the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol, and any harm to society generally or in the community, directly or indirectly contributed to any crime, damage, death, disease, disorderly behaviour, illness, or injury of a kind, as described in paragraph A. In light of the aforementioned, by local government, QLDC, assessing that the hard liquor store with repeated clear, easily readable and in some cases lit at night wording super liquor on a minimum of 7 surfaces so that it's viewable from nearly all surrounding properties and directions, something that no other on or off licence in Hawea has, none of them. You cannot see alcohol on any of those on and off licences. And then this is placed into a sensitive receiving environment, not a local shopping centre. A local shopping centre does not exist there, even if it is zoned. To claim that this results in a minor or less than minor adverse effect, therefore doesn't require to be publicly notified, doesn't seem to meet the purposes of the Local Government Act, the Sale and Supply Act, nor the RMA either. For the best reference I can offer, the duty planner was all too well aware of the very recent and local example highlighted in the McDonald's RM application hearing, where the receiving environment must be assessed as it is, not as the McDonald's Council tried to apply it into the context of the neighbouring proposed plans of the petrol station, daycare and intensive residential as a receiving environment when they hadn't been consented was not accepted by the Commission. To my knowledge, none of the Hawea shopping centre zone neighbouring properties have been consented, and until this matter has gone to appeal, I don't see how the shovel-ready project can proceed in the neutrally toned dark sky, rural character, sensitive receiving environment without also failing the purposive approach. I can see that the undertaker will also be shovel-ready if this application were to be misgranted. This then goes back to Ms Gordon's point that there is no premise to receive a licence for. In my view, the 2 key reasons why the RM application requires to go public notification prior to the applicant's licensing is that the adverse effects could be submitted upon by adversely affected parties and stakeholders, including the Hawea Community Association, who have a Hawea master plan, as well as other stakeholders who could be consulted with, so the design and risk could be assessed at the RM application level primarily, and then once that's finalised, there's factual information before the district licensing committee and submitters so that we are all able to submit upon and yourselves grant or reject the application based upon informed consent. Consent is not based upon prior consent. It is based upon consenting to the information presented honestly to a conscious adult in the present moment. Just as if someone agrees to sex with another, it does not mean anyone can have sex with them without their consent in the future. So too does it mean that should an on-off licence liquor application be granted to an applicant because it was previously granted to another applicant under different conditions, as this applicant has received an enthusiastic no from the community, it isn't wise to meet that no with trying to pressure the community into it without consultation. What is needed is the community is a model of how to accept a no. From the opposing submissions, it seems likely it is that the RM consent application be deemed a matter of public notification, the cost-benefit calculation is weighed accurately, and then the applicant's proposed activity would be deemed to pose a more than minor adverse effect. Therefore, surrounding residents would need to be consulted with, which hasn't happened, as without community consultation of adversely affected parties, matters such as design, requiring RAM rating proof surfaces on the east face, the staff having an alarm, a panic room, safe room, security and medics are kept on call since the ambulance and fire cannot be assumed to be able to respond immediately in a rural area. You're expecting the neighbours to risk their lives to save your staff? What's the plan there? All lighting in store hours be kept to a minimum, with no uplighting, as well as the other points of the Hawea Master Plan. The applicant is responsible for collecting all alcohol related to substances within the proximity of their premise, that no wording or advertising of alcohol or alcohol-related products can be seen from residential public spaces, as is the precedent with all other on and off licence premises in Hawea, plus multiple other RM consent matters, many of which I have listed in my submission. Under the RMA, the cumulative effect of the proposed application and development is to be considered together, so that community gets to say what adverse effects they deem to need mitigating, so that decided nature of the commercial premise, which would speak to Mr Cox's point raised of the zoning of the commercial property centre. Hypothetically, should this application be accepted, then it would be used as the receiving environment and thus near impossible for the community to oppose a shopping centre that contains casinos, vape stores, fast food outlets. We're not saying yes to any of this, and we haven't been asked. That's the issue. So all of these pose an ever-increasing risk of preventable harms. This is the purpose of cumulative view, to present justifying cumulative or compounding harms that generate more unmanaged risk that falls disproportionately onto the community. It is also worth mentioning that as without publicly notified RM consent applications, there presents a risk of coercive control and non-purposive applications of the related acts, where many of these points being presented seem to be RM application matters for an RM committee, for placing the application into the receiving environment and cost benefits weighed, so that these tasks are not to be expected of the DLC and the submitters seeking to oppose a liquor licence. Alcohol-related harms are preventable, and the best way to prevent harm and the associated adverse risk and effects is by avoiding the risk of harm first and foremost, and then and only when the risk cannot be avoided, then it is mitigated and as a backstop to mitigation, remedied. Some cases, if we do not avoid the risk, there simply isn't the opportunity to mitigate nor remedy it. It is not good risk management practice to accept avoidable risks and then expect under-resourced vulnerable communities to mitigate it. Alcohol is known to be a factor in a fifth of fatal crashes. The Hawea community would be scrambling to advocate for safety railing along Domain Road and other surrounding roading instead of the current wire Waratah fence to prevent the negative risk-taking youth from driving through the 3T intersections and or off the road at speed, down steep inclines into unfenced hydro station waterways at the bottom. A driver has a critical 120 seconds to undo a seatbelt, break or window seal, exit what may be an upturned vehicle, and then reach the surface of an unnatural water feature that's surrounded with no swimming and hazardous notices. Along Domain Road is grassy areas with burnout marks in them. There's several areas near the dam that have grass and gravel at negative risk-taking youth will be tempted by, and loss of control on these sections may be fatal mistakes. There are several fishing areas with gates that are kept unlocked, and one of these drives over a grass paper road that travels the traverse of the dam with no turnaround point. Driving instructor must be very proficient to be confident that youth drivers can navigate a 500-metre reverse along a wet, grassy paper road with their mates in a vehicle on the edge of a dam, especially if they're secured an off-licence beverage from adults in the community, because it's harder for them to say no when the shop isn't 11 kilometres away. It's right across the road with lighting, heavy signage, and youth are asking repeatedly for it. Because there is little positive risk-taking activities for them in Hawea, this is covered in depth by the Pathways Youth Voices survey. To add another layer of societal context is that the rate of autism is increasing to 1 in 6 persons. Neurodiverse persons respond to alcohol differently. They are 163 times more likely to drown, 7 times more likely to die from suicide. For men in rural areas, as testosterone declines in later years, childhood sexual assaults are remembered, and this is what is part of the 60-plus age group developing alcoholism and suicidality. In my written submission, I speak to the nature of family routines of those living in Hawea and schooling outside of Hawea to answer the how and why questions that the committee has proposed to other submitters in regards to why not granting this application will prevent drink driving rather than increase it. Youth aren't stupid, they're young. They know that if they drive towards a police station, they're more likely to run into police who are kind of like parents but way worse. So they get alcohol in advance to their nights out and they drink it in rural areas, yet very few will risk driving back into town to get more when that risk involves running into checkpoints or cops. They are more likely to call it a night and go to bed rather than versus get it locally because it's accessible, and then be more likely to be at greater risk of alcohol poisoning, sexual assaults, driving drunk, or developing hypothermia in alpine conditions, with potentially no responders available. In the instance a car enters the hydro station area, in all reality, that's likely a body retrieval exercise, and that will traumatise the entire community. The risk of that happening is very high. I've sought to confirm when the Hawea or where the Hawea school will be located out at the lake. However, the Ministry of Education do not release this information until the land has been purchased. And I'm confident that when the RM application has been publicly heard, the school's location would be a key factor in determining the location and suitability of the proposed business into the receiving environment. When the community has such critical pieces of evidence, then it can grant informed consent on other matters. As per the most recent edition of the Australian New Zealand Standards for Risk Management Practices and Principles and Guidelines, the international standard for risk management, the risk owner is the person or entity with accountability responsible for managing the risk that they create. Together with QLDC and the DLC, the applicant and his job is to assess the risk. The risk owner must consider the specific socio-environmental setting in which the risks occur. They're responsible for managing those risks. So yes, it may be central government's risk to own roading or the greater concepts that are being claimed as not their responsibility, but central government isn't putting an alcohol application into this location. That's the flip side of it. So until it's resolved, as well as improve access to alcohol support services, other previously expressed matters to mitigate adverse effects, any approval of an application that further increases the risk to vulnerable populations will not be deemed to serve the purposes of the governing acts. And strong precedents have been presented that should this matter go to the High Court, it seems likely that the application will be declined. The applicant is more than welcome to contribute to harm reduction policies and practices themselves at a national level, but the risk of the application isn't the community's to address. If you propose a risky application, you own that risk. The DLC has a legal ability and opportunity to decline the application in full today, which would be respectful of the community's time, money, and energy, and the law. A decade ago, the Hawea Community Association estimated in their district plan that in 2005, the population of Hawea would be between 1,380 and 1,680 people, rather than the 2,432. The Queenstown Lakes District has grown an unprecedented amount of 39% over the last decade and is listed as number one of the New Zealand real estate's hotspots, with an estimated 27% growth trajectory for the next decade. During the December-January period, of thousands of visitors arrive, there isn't a spare bed or a patch of grass to be found. Hawea can easily double or triple in population size. This is important to note for two reasons. In risk management, the risk must be assessed in the actual setting that activity presents rather than the perceived or imagined risk, and the people who are exposed to the risk, amount of people who are exposed to the risk increases the cumulative risk. So many people taking low risk equals an increased risk value. Working in harm prevention is difficult as there often isn't data, and the data is mitigated through positive prevention strategies. For the most part, if someone doesn't commit suicide locally, how can that be presented as evidence to the committee that the patient cannot engage with beyond capacity services? There simply isn't a data set to what the community is observing. In matters that aren't prevented, yet are also not reported, there is little to no data, even at a national level. So the committee's request for submitters to produce data beyond what the medical health officer and some very specialised submitters have presented is not being comprehended. Is better perhaps explained through cognitive dissonance, often associated with alcohol use, rather than lack of actual harms and associated risks. However, if further evidence is sought by the committee or applicants, I strongly recommend they read the 2024 paper out of Otago using integrated data to examine alcohol-related harms in Aotearoa, New Zealand, hopefully before reaching a decision. As I may be one of the few Kiwi who have read the greater majority of academic literature, the most recent data and studies, proposed and enacted bills, and have sworn under oath, I'm likely one of the most comprehensive sources of evidence who can speak on the matter, so I will convey the following to the best of my ability. It's very quick and then I'll sum it up. My submission does come with a trigger warning, which is why I sought to speak near the end. I may request that the cameras are pivoted away from the audience, and if anyone wishes to leave now with that trigger warning, they can go to the toilet, move their vehicle, then please do so and we'll be none the wiser. If you stay and wish to discuss matters afterwards, I'm more than happy to field questions or hear stories. For many people who oppose and who didn't physically attend this hearing, this may be why in part. The most obvious example of the lack of reporting, data and evidence is from sexual violence. A third of females and children and a sixth of all males are sexually assaulted. For many, this is a cumulative effect of being young and or disabled. Neither of these is a crime, yet the lack of support and services is criminal, especially in the rural sector, which can feel like re-victimisation and punishment of those in need of support. These supports are out of access due to other alcohol-related harms. All support services are operating beyond capacity. 85% of sexual assaults are premeditated, and again predominantly by persons known to the victimised person, predominantly men. In 85% of cases, alcohol is fed to the target to reduce the rate of likelihood of prosecution. Alcohol is used as plausible deniability, and when there are thousands of intoxicated visitors, and being away from home also reduces inhibition of antisocial behaviours, we see spikes in sexual assault over New Year's every year. To place the following figures into a correct receiving environment context, only 5% of sexual assaults are reported to New Zealand Police, and only 15% of all sensitive claims lodged with ACC are accepted. That's the data that we have. We don't have the other 85% who don't get accepted data. This year, ACC sensitive claims payments were $213 million, with a steady $25 million increase per annum over the past 5 years. So in 2048, the number that's presented in the income assessment, the economy value assessment, that number is estimated to be 700 million per annum nationally. 85% involve alcohol. Judges themselves have been known to say that in knowing how brutal reporting is, they wouldn't do it themselves. Add this to the fact that we are in a rural community with no services, no supportive extended family, that the reporting rates is likely to be reduced and offending rates increased. It is of note that sexual harassment, especially against women, Māori Pacifica and the rainbow community, has been intensifying in both on and off licensed premises. It's acknowledged by the Hospitality Association of New Zealand and is a significant factor as to why women no longer feel safe to drink or work in and around alcohol. If a Superliquor staff member were to be sexually assaulted in the proposed site, how can they access help? Do they report it? Do they trust how well the employers respond to sexual assault? If the applicant can't accept a no from a whole community, of the third of Kiwis sexually assaulted, 75% will develop PTSD, which when support services can't be reached and alcohol can, people drink to mitigate symptoms as it's readily accessible and often in rural areas, especially with domestic violence, alcoholism happens silently and in isolation. There's missing data. We cannot produce the data. It's not because it doesn't happen, it's because the data isn't there. Where justice is served...
Excuse me, Amanda, we need to roll this to a conclusion.
It's very succinct, the rest of it.
And I've also got to make another comment, if I may. Whether or not the RMA application was notified or non-notified is of no consequence. We're not involved with that issue.
Can I finish speaking, please? Because this is... I was supposed to be at 2 o'clock. I would like to get through this and then I'm happy to take questions.
Are you going to talk till 2, eh?
No,
that's what you're
saying.
saying. No, that's fine. And we're grateful to you.
Well, no, I just want to wrap it up. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. When justice is served, therapy demands reduce significantly, yet only 1% of offenders caught are successfully rehabilitated. Of those prosecuted, of that 1%, 85% re-offend within 16 months of release. This requires more therapy, more time off work, more poorer total outcomes to victimised persons who may never recover. And this is the cost the community pays. Around 5% or 5,000 babies born in New Zealand each year will be conceived by rape, as many offenders don't use contraception. And so many of these babies will also have a degree of fetal alcohol syndrome. As co-parenting with a rapist is difficult and there is little prosecution, so little evidence for the family courts, most mothers and children will not be able to leave the vicinity of the offender or the location of the incident. This places further burden on the courts, the education sector, and most importantly, on children. The burden of weight of what we fail to achieve falls on children. This is of significant concern that any person under the age of 18 is permitted into a super liquor premise, and that would be sought as a firm condition onto any liquor licensing application moving forward. Just because the supermarket does it doesn't make it right, and it isn't feasible to change this legislate prior to this hearing. The applicant, who is part of a 189-store franchise, has had ample opportunity and the resources to oppose aspects of the supermarket's licence themselves if they genuinely desired to prevent children being exposed to alcohol rather than condition children through early exposure to name and branding, which occurs via sports uniform sponsorship that can be written off in advertising costs. And as such, another condition of any district licensing applications sought would be no advertising or branding of logos in sensitive receiving environments to reduce children being exposed to super, liquor or other advertising, branding in their formative years of development. That is good policy. On an additional note is that with problematic drinkers often coupled with problematic gambling, which the community has far less experience than any other township to consult on such matters. So it was thought that the supplementary information may be provided to the DLC if required to reach an application declined threshold. The applicant also pointed out that should the conditions of the licence be breached, the community can complain and it can be revoked. The Christchurch Hoochie Mama case was an unlicensed premise located approximately 15 minutes walk away from the police station. Nearly 70 alcohol-related crimes, including multiple sexual assaults within a 3-year window. And as RNZ reported, both father who spoke to the RNZ under the conditions of anonymity and Men Against Violence advocacy group hit out on the length of time it took to see the men convicted. The father expressed frustration that Mum Hooch was not shut down when the brothers were arrested in late 2018. The system let them out on bail, still working at the restaurants where more offending happened after the men charged. He then levelled criticism at the Christchurch City Council and its licensing authority, who he accused of not doing enough to get it shut down. The fact that the bar with a really dodgy reputation and these charges, and yet they still let that bar operate, it's like, what do you do to have to get a bar closed down? The council has defended its response, claiming it did everything within its legal bounds. This offers that expecting the DLC to receive reports.
Excuse me. That was an unlicensed, that case in Christchurch.
Do you keep it? I've got like 2 paragraphs.
We get, yeah, fine.
I'll take questions after I finish. This offers expecting DLC to receive reports of breaches of liquor licence and then act in a timely to own the risk catalysed by granting of the liquor licence. It is not good law for a quarter of Kiwi being given alcohol and then sexually assaulted. The applicant's Appendix C, Insights and Economic Report claim that leaked out economics is 1.6 million, yet fails to place this benefit into the accurate context that the economic cost to the community is 9 times that amount per annum. And unless they're operating as a non-profit, donating all profits to the community, aside from the 3 staff already employed, nowhere else in the community is experiencing economic gains. Most will receive economic losses. The community will most likely pay the price if this application is accepted, and not the applicant who is legally supposed to own the risk they generate. Therefore, we seek that the application be declined in its entirety. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you having changed the time. Thank you. Any questions, Lyle?
No, it was pretty comprehensive. You did make a comment about the local shopping centre, not a local shopping centre yet, and you did conclude a whole lot of the RMA stuff, which is outside of our gambit. But you accept there will be other businesses going in there. You talked in your written submission about lighting and that, which comes under the resource consenting side of it. But you do accept that commercial zone will have other businesses there, and you indicated you want to have a control over what all those businesses are going to be. Was that what you said?
I said that the Hawea Community Association has written a Hawea master plan. Have you read that? Yeah. And so that's the context for noting that the community hasn't been consulted with or deemed what that local shopping centre is inferred to mean by the community.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you'll understand that's not in not a statutory document, but the thing is they'll go through an RMO process for all those other businesses that go on that site. You obviously talked about that, you understand that. And so they'll be the ones that will control the lighting and other whatever activities go on there.
Yeah, but it's not the liquor licensing has been granted to the premise, and the what's included in the premise is part of what's been consented and submitted on with the liquor licensing.
Okay, right, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, okay.
Things like the panic room, or having somebody or some solution to the staff in the building design is something that I think needs to occur prior to being able to consent a liquor licence to it, or submit upon that as a non-committing measure as a layperson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll adjourn and return here at 12:40. Did she say that we were 12:40? I do apologize. 12:40 we're reconvening here. Good afternoon again, everybody. The concluding session, and the first witness is Kirsten Dickens, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Would you like to swear on oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, thank you.
Awesome. Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Thank you. Ooh. Good for reading, not for seeing. Thank you very much for your time today and for listening to my part in the story. My name is Kirsten Dickens. I'm a resident of Lake Hawea, and I care deeply about our community and the vulnerabilities that our small community faces. The environmental harm to our community by way of discarded bottles, cans, glass, vapes on the roadside, ditches, thrown in back gardens is something that we already face now, and which I've personally seen by picking up dozens and dozens of bottles of broken beer bottles and cans thrown out of car windows as part of our Keep New Zealand Tidy Clean-up Week. It would be great if that went every week, based on what I saw. I personally filled 2 giant black sacks, we all know what those are, from one very short 1 kilometre stretch of road on Gladstone Road in Hawea. It was entirely filled with discarded bottles of beer. To put that into context, I'm pretty sure everyone's seen and knows what a Jake the Muss bottle looks like. A nice big giant beer bottle. Some of those was on the side of the road. There was a lot of other types of beer that we all see and no doubt have a drink of every now and then. They were smashed up as they hit the road, and they ended up on the side verges, cans of all kind, RTDs, and this was just from one outing on one very small stretch of road in our community. This is a danger to people, children, bikes, and car tyres. I myself bike around Hawea. I also walk. And for me to have to be verged onto the side of the road by way of a car coming along beside me, that risks my safety by those bottles, etc., being on the side of the road. I'd like to ask, out of who are the people sitting here today making the decision and those applying for that consent to have this building and this licence, who out of you here are going to be there helping to clean up the mess? When someone's injured due to discarded bottles, wine bottles, RTDs, who of you here is going to take responsibility for that? When a child opportunistically picks up a discarded bottle, or a discarded vape, or a discarded wine bottle, it still has leftovers in it. Who of you here making the decision and applying for this is going to stand up and be responsible for that? That's my question to you to think about. Hawea is not perfect. We live in an idyllic part of the country, and I'm sure you absolutely all agree. We're very fortunate to call it home. Does it mean that bad things don't happen in idyllic places? No, it doesn't, and I think that's a fool's belief. Hawea is like the New Zealand of old, the one I grew up in the 70s, where we have the current relative safety of a small community, where our children, my child, can move around freely to enjoy a lifestyle that so many New Zealanders don't get now. We moved from Whangarei 4 years ago, and the horrendous issues that face the youth in that town are doomed to be repeated in our small community. in a much more vulnerable area with no police presence on hand, no medical site immediately available, and no wraparound social services standing close by. We're already seeing the signs of beginnings of antisocial driving with speed, drink driving, burnouts in built-up areas, and now you potentially add the inevitable, and yes, I say inevitable, ability for our young people to access alcohol more easily, and another community is battling youth issues on a large scale. What is the rationale behind putting a large-scale liquor outlet, one that rivals any in Wanaka, but in a small village, which already has not one, but 3 liquor outlets? 3 for 3. That's 100% of the outlets in Hawea that have liquor available. I hear the applicant saying, well, the community is going to be much bigger one day. For sure, I hear that. Price of progress. Should we really be leading the charge in this growing community with yet another liquor outlet? Should we? Again, another question to you. Is it the image of the Queenstown Lakes District Council that you want to present? The image of 4 liquor outlets for a community of maybe 3,000 people at the time of the winter, lots more in midsummer, and a large proportion of that being young children. I am gravely concerned for how far we go in New Zealand to normalise alcohol and how we continually, as a nation, keep putting our collective heads together to stay in the sand to the enormous damage that stems from easy access and prolific use of alcohol. Family harm has terrible consequences. I know you've heard about that, which we see on the news from north to south, and which we already see in our community, as well as willful damage to people and property, antisocial behaviour, a breakdown of the family unit, adding to financial struggle and youth crime. Are we blinded by companies that say they will care about our community and they'll sponsor schools and they'll sponsor sports teams and events? Yay! But sadly, I think this is actually the case. And yet again, the normalisation of alcohol continues, whereby a liquor company preaches to us that it's a good thing that they're present in our community, and they get to pull the wool over the under the guise of sponsorship and helping out, and that they're there to being responsible operators. Why do we continue to sweep the clear and obvious damage that alcohol causes under the carpet? Are we really all willing to turn a blind eye and not take a stand to protect our people and our communities? We must do all we can to protect our communities, and if that means reducing the amount and how easy it is to access the root cause of issues like alcohol, then so be it. What will it take for our leaders in positions of power to stand up and say no? On a grand scale, and listening, gentlemen, to all of the passionate and caring locals who you have had here sitting here before you yesterday and today, and looking at all of the evidence-based information that you have in front of you around the effects of alcohol harm in our community, if it does more harm than good, the answer is simple. Please say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We've heard a lot about, a few people have talked about litter. You've really, where does it all come from now?
Sorry, I can't quite...
Where does it all come from now? It's
Where does
obviously
it all
not coming
come from?
the
That's a
super
great
litter at
question.
Longview.
Yeah, no, I'm pleased you asked the question. And at the moment, you would have to say that it comes from provided by adults in other parts of the community. So they go to the supermarket, they go to the dairy, they might go to the pub, they might go to the Albert Town liquor store, of which you know is 10 minutes from Hawea.
Yeah, the residential area.
Yeah, yeah. So that comes from there, and I think it's pretty obvious where alcohol comes from. It comes from all of the people that sell it, the stores, the...
Yeah, no, sorry, we're talking about, is there any evidence where the litter's coming from?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So
Who's throwing it out their windows?
Yep, well, it doesn't have a
there,
super liquor brand on it.
Sorry?
It doesn't have a branding on it, but it has the alcohol of, you know, all the bottles, etc., that we get at the supermarkets and we get at the liquor stores that we already have. And the evidence of that, you can, if you would like to look at our Lake Hawea Community Centre Facebook page, you can see how many bottles, etc., we've collected and RTDs and all that kind of stuff. That's the evidence of that. Yeah.
The amount of people, a lot of people involved in the collection, so you've never witnessed anybody throwing anything out the window? What I'm trying to get at is, if you've got a problem with people throwing bottles out the window now,
Yes,
and
yeah.
we haven't got a liquor store at Longview,
Yeah.
Who's throwing out the window? Are the people that are living in Longview throwing the stuff
Yeah,
out the
that's
window?
a great question. We have a lot of people that come into our community, as you know. Well, I'm sure you've been to Hawea. And as you know, we have a lot of people that come into our community from other places for building, etc., etc. I live very close to the supermarket, in fact, right across the road. So I see a regular stream of vehicles after hours or after work knocks off, and with beers and big giant boxes and all manner of sorts. And yes, I have seen people throw things out the window. And yes, they do get quite a visual on how I feel about them throwing stuff out the window. And that's not just alcohol.
Okay.
It's a fool's belief to think it is just alcohol.
Yeah, thanks for that, because we're just talking, we're talking about, we heard a lot about how strong the community is, and I just wanted to understand whether it's people that live in your strong community doing this, or are you saying it's all people from outside? Are you saying people on the way home from work call it fresh choice and buy some beer, drive down Gladstone Road and then throw the cans out the window? There are people that live in your community.
It could possibly be, yeah. I mean, you know as well as I do that everyone living in every community preaches that they're your ultimate citizen, that they belong and they're part of it, etc. Well, we all know just as well as each other that people, our next door neighbour may well throw rubbish out the window, that they may discard their bottles in an unnecessary manner. Everyone knows someone that does it.
If it was a super liquor at Longview, you're saying instead of going to Fresh Choice and buy it, they might go there and then drive down the road and throw out the window.
Yeah, that's right.
Which gives them another choice.
Yeah, that's right. This gives them it's another choice.
Okay, thank you.
To provide more to the community in ways of damage.
Well, it'd be the same amount of people buying it, though, wouldn't it?
Well, you're saying the community is going to get bigger. It does get bigger in summer, therefore the problem gets worse.
They're still buying somewhere.
They're still buying something, yeah. Perhaps it's not hard alcohol, whereas a super liquor will store what I would call hard liquor. I don't know. Everyone probably here has a drink every now and then, maybe not. Maybe not partake, I do. I'm not against it at all.
Okay.
But they're having the hard alcohol certainly adds a whole nother level of complexity around issues that, just sort of beer can't. But then you get discarded vodka bottles and discarded gin bottles and discarded,
Yeah, fair enough. The main thing was just trying to understand who is doing the discarding. We live in communities, and you talked about you're a small village. Do you still consider yourself a small village?
I believe so. In the context of New Zealand, I believe Lake Hawea is very rural and very small village.
Okay, thank you.
Context, yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Kirsten.
That's okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Kerry Young online here?
Due at 1.
6 minutes to go.
Yeah. She's due in at 1, so just talk quietly amongst yourselves.
Sue, she is online.
She's online, right?
Yes.
Kerry, good afternoon. We'll just arrange for you to be sworn or make an affirmation, and then if you could, we've got your written evidence, if you could address that, please.
Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Kerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I do speak as a local resident of Longview at Hawea, but I did note in my evidence that I do have a professional background in property market economics. And as with that experience, I then did a little bit of personal research into the resource consent that was originally granted. And I had particular interest in the economic assessment that was presented as part of that resource consent. I think I have noted in there that I found it to be flawed, but I guess around the stated position of that assessment that there would be economic benefit to the region and to Hawea itself, I would dispute that. It's likely to have only one, maybe two employees of the facility, and I can't see that being of benefit. The economic assessment also said that, from the 0.9 million estimated expenditure on alcohol from that community, and that included tourists, that's a very small amount to be supporting a business of this size. 330 square metres is a large format liquor store. Even if there was to be a dedicated liquor store in this community and in this convenience retail centre, there would be more of the order of 60 to 80 square metre store, I believe, would be able to be supported by the expenditure in the region. I guess really though, as a resident, I did take a lot of note of the local shopping precinct at the end of the road. Like, I'm nearing retirement, and I saw that as a benefit to me purchasing and building my home in Riley Street. I'm now incredibly dismayed that we're looking at a large format liquor store that will be, 150 metres from my front door, that is not going to be able to be supported by the primary trade area that they've stated, which is the local community. It's very likely that this retail facility will be advertising far more widely, and we'll be looking at having people coming from all around, and I mean past Luggett. The secondary trade area is going to be much larger than has been stated. So at 9 o'clock at night, we'll have people not from the local community travelling to this store to buy alcohol, and God knows what else they're going to be doing. I'm concerned about the playground and the after-hours activity that could be generated in that community, which is intended for families. The store will be far more than is required for the local community of Lake Hawea, and that is really, really concerning to me. The fact that they've also had approval for a driveway that faces Riley Street, actually, I can't believe that got through the transport engineer. The extra traffic across that pathway where children routinely walk and ride their bikes, and they're now going to have to navigate a driveway with cars, leaving this alcohol retail centre. It's just an added danger for the children in that community, and it is a very high content of families that live there. I'm worried about the bus stop that my grandson catches his school bus, which is just up the road from this alcohol retail centre. The children will be trying to navigate that neighbourhood, and we just don't need that kind of extra additional traffic generated by this particular type of activity. We don't have police in our community, and yet we're going to be introducing trading hours well into the evening. If there is any antisocial behaviour even after the closure of the shop shuts up for the night, the antisocial behaviour could continue well into the evening and disturb the community. I suppose these are the things that are bothering me the most. But the economic impact assessment that I read was really rather weak, and also neglected to mention 2 major liquor retail outlets in the New World Centre in 3 Parks in Wanaka, and also the Coles, the New World liquor outlet in the centre of Wanaka. So it underestimated the amount of alcohol that's already available for sale within the wider community in the secondary trade area. When I looked at the convenience retail centre area, the amount of land set aside in Longview for the retail, I anticipated it would be service retail, truly service retail, potentially a medical centre, a dentist, a newsagent, a bakery, not a large format liquor store that is not serving its immediate community. So I suppose that's where I'm at really with this. I urge you to decline the liquor licence application.
Thank you very much. We'll see if there's any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Kerry. I was interested, one part you talked about, I understand where you talked about the economic viability, so you expect a lot of other people have to come from outside the area to buy there to make it viable. But you're suggesting we're going to be then at the end there, you said, we've got all these outlets in town. So it's hard to imagine people will drive, wouldn't you think, from Wanaka to Lake Hawea to buy alcohol, and there's several or many outlets in the Wanaka area. I was trying to understand where you landed on that.
Okay. So I said what you've just said is actually supporting what I intended to say, was that this, on a financial basis, this outlet is likely to fail anyway, even if you prove it. It's not going to be able to be supported by the local community's expenditure on alcohol. And even if you include the tourists that we get in the camp over the Christmas holidays, it's still going to be not enough income, in my opinion, to support a business of that size in that location.
Okay, thank you. The other comment you've made about the traffic going in and out of the business, then you did identify several other businesses, sure. Then I think that is a commercial zone, so there will be other businesses with driveways and car parks. So do you accept there will be inevitably a lot more traffic across that, in and out of that commercial area, and not just a liquor store?
I do accept that, but they haven't been approved to have another driveway accessing that Longview Drive. I think the way that they're all sort of set up is that that particular corner site should only have one access egress, and that's off the side street, which hasn't got intended high pedestrian traffic.
Okay, thanks for that, Kerry. I understand what you're saying now. Yep. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Kerry. So our next witness is not due from Dunedin until, I believe, 2:30. So we'll take a short adjournment. And when he gets 2:30. 2:30 we resume.
Can I just check in if that is the final witness, or it's the last witness at 2:30?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's the final witness.
So I saw an email from that objector, and he said, get in touch with me and I'll come earlier. I just need a time because I had to cancel my patients because I'm a GP. And I did pass that information on. I passed it on to
Well, I've got 2:30.
Chloe, so it could have been organised for him to come earlier, and the whole thing was taken out of my hands, so I did my best.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll check that out.
Thank you. So 2:30. 2:30? Yeah.
you want to explain what's going to happen after the...
Yeah, after we'll hear from the reporting agencies who want to speak after that, and call upon Dr. Gordon and Mr. Young to make any comments.
Are you talking about
After the witnesses.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I have to leave at 10 to 3. I've got the last flight out for me home is 4:30. So, I mean, why with one objector to go, I can't see any reason why, given that this is not final closings, because you are allowing written closings, I believe, that why you're asking for kind of preliminary closing points, why these can't be given before Dr. Morris arrives.
Yeah, are you happy with that?
Yes, sir, I'm happy. I've only got a couple of brief comments to make, and the ones I want to make, I want to get them out and out while we're all here, so that in, for example, a friend's closing, she can address them. It's only around the section 100F, really.
Yeah.
So then everyone knows what our position is, because of course I didn't receive Ms. Gordon's submissions until after I'd filed both sets of mine. So I've now understood the argument, have my say on it, and then people can respond to that.
That's fine. So
happy to do that whenever, before the witness or whenever, sir.
No, we'll do it now.
We'll do it.
Agencies first.
Yeah, agencies first. Police.
Do you want to explain that it's still going to have ability for written?
Yeah, there's still the ability for written submissions, which
for
next Friday.
Closing.
Closing, yeah.
Yeah, well, I do have some comments to make, pretty brief, and then obviously I'm happy to answer any questions that can assist. As one of the statutory reporting agencies, police received and reviewed this application. Based on that review, police elected not to oppose. This position is based on the factors particularly relevant to a police opposition, as outlined in the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012. Our opposition must be based on the Act and empirical data available to us, along with police policy. As we've seen over the past 2 days, the community has taken the opportunity to provide the committee with their views. Police respect the rights of objectors and applicants in the process. However, our position is independent to those parties. During the hearing, objectives have repeatedly referenced an apparent lack of police in Lake Hawea. Wanaka is the primary base for policing in the area. However, we respond to and proactively patrol the whole area. Lake Hawea is also part of the wider Otago Lake Central area, in which we have other work groups that provide a presence in this community. Happy to answer any questions too.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yes, could you just possibly, we've heard a couple of people talk about response times. Have you got any indication of, you know, if you get a call, how long it take you to get to Hawea?
We don't have response times because primarily we work out of our cars.
Yeah.
My staff work out of their cars. They don't respond from a station. So it's very hard to speculate on response times. We cover this area.
Cover the area. Okay, thank you.
Sir, I just had one question through the committee, if possible, and that was whether the officer, the constable, had any knowledge of any CPO operations in the last year or two, whether they've been passed or not by this applicant or associated companies.
I'll put the question to you as outlined by Mr. Young.
Police don't collect a lot of data on CPO applications unless they fail, but I do have data from the last 2 years in relation to this applicant. In 2023, they were not examined. In 2024, there was a CPO at their premise in West Crescent, and it was a pass.
Thank you. Licensing Inspector, you got any comments?
No, I have nothing further to add to my report, though I'm happy to take questions if you have any.
Any questions?
Oh, I was just going around the team. No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have something that you wanted to redirect? Sorry.
I thought seeing as the offer would be made, so I thought I would take it up, and that was a couple of points. That's what that was doing.
No, not yet. We're going through the reporting agencies first.
Good.
And then we'll come to you.
Yes,
no,
that's
then the
that's my
applicant
fault.
and
I
then
thought you had
you.
a question.
Did you have any questions you wanted us to put to them? That was what Tom was getting at.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
No, thank you. Ministry of Health.
Thank you. We've got nothing further at this stage, and with the understanding of written closing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions council want to put to us, to the Ministry of Health through us? No? Okay. Dr. Gordon. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, so I took a bite of biscuit. Just give me a minute. So, I just want to make 2 points this afternoon, I think, I am keen to make closing submissions, so I have a hearing in Taupo next week. I prefer both this weekend and next weekend to write my closing, so could we make it Monday, the date, Monday week?
That's fine.
Right, whatever it is. That would be great, thank you. So, 24th, I believe it is, sir. So, that would be fantastic. I think the 2 points I want to make, sir, is that I've had some concerns about the process, and I don't particularly believe that somebody should come in from Christchurch and blab on about other DLC's processes, sir. But there's a couple of things. Firstly, the failure to welcome people from wherever they came from at the beginning of the hearing. There was no information given on fire exits, what happens during an earthquake, all the stuff that we got used to in Christchurch because it tends to be a bit rocky and things. And here I think possibly there was always the potential for those things. So there was no declaration of conflicts of interest by the DLC, and that is a normal practice. There was no such declaration at the beginning. So I think there's that. The second thing is that I was quite concerned about the questions asked of the objectors, and I'll just make a general point, is that most of the questions asked were, would a liquor store be needed in the future, or do you support another liquor store in another location in Hawea, which are there's nothing wrong with them as questions, but what occurred to me about this is that both of those questions are largely outside the Section 105 criteria that you have to consider, and the things which were inside the Section 105 criteria, there were very, very few questions on, and I felt that there was significantly less engagement with objectors than I would have expected and would have seen in other DLCs. So that's just a reflection, so for your future thing. It's not an attempt to attack the DLC at all. So that's that first point. The second point, sir, is I want to go back, and I need to go back to the Section 100F matters, and I will discuss these in my closing statements. But I want to say to you that in Mr. Young's opening yesterday, he said, yes, you can assess the building based on the plans, and that was his submissions to you, and is at the heart of the applicant's arguments around that matter. Now, sir, he also said, he actually had two little bites of that cherry, that both the inspector and the DLC had assessed the building based on the plans, and so he believed the assessment is complete. Now, sir,
Sirs, I didn't say that. I said that the application was received and not sent back as incomplete. I didn't say you're taking your assessment yet. You'll do that after the hearing.
you mentioned both the inspector and the DLC, sir. So the building code compliance requires, that's what the building code regulations say, a record of the work completed. All certification must include electrical, plumbing, drainage, building standards, whether the windows are right, whether the insulation is correct, whether all of those things have been met. It must also include an inspection by a qualified inspector of the premises on completion. At that point, a building code certificate can be issued, a CCC as they call it, code compliance certification. And that certification confirms the requirements of the building code have been met. Now, sir, I just happened to make a mistake and go to bed too early last night, and then I woke up at 2:30 and I started looking through some of the decisions of the Queenstown Lakes District Council, mainly on the papers, sir, and made often by one of the members of the committee today. And what I found was, and of course you'll know this, is that on numerous occasions, the Queenstown Lakes District Licensing Committee on the papers has said that a license is granted subject to the 100F certificate. And so on each of these occasions, you allowed the matter to go beyond application, because if you remember rightly, I said in my opening that the key issue in 100F is that the 100F, section 100F says that before the application can proceed, it must be complete and it must include that. But that is something which is jumped over, and I can see the justification for that. Basically, the justification is that people want to be able to start selling their alcohol at the point that they get their 100F certificate. And so if you do the hearing in advance of that and issue a licence subject to that, then they can go off and they can start it. I can see that very clearly. But what I can also see very clearly is that it is ultra virus, the section of the Act. So I've been told that other bare land licences have been accepted subject to section 100F. I have not been able to find a single one. I've looked, certainly not one in this DLC area. Certainly not anything that's at Arlo. As far as I know, there is no such thing. So I can see that had there been no objections, and which is what this company has experienced in the past, that what would have happened was they would have applied, the section 100F process would have leapt over the application, gone to a hearing on the papers, and it would have been, because there would be no opposition, if there'd been no medical officer of health opposition or objector opposition, it would have been accepted on the papers subject to the building code certificates and the 100F requirements being completed, then the full licence would have been issued, whether or not it was 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years. Here, I think you're in a much more difficult and precarious situation because there are 538 objectors, there are 29 people who are prepared to come, sometimes in quite difficult circumstances, to give testimony at the hearing, and they gave testimony well within the Section 105 bounds and with really good stuff. And very clearly, I'm not going to be happy if you do what you would have done in the papers, which is say, yeah, no, we're going to grant the licence, and we know it's not going to be taken up for 2 years, and then there'll be another year for the probationary year, and so it's about 3 years before the community can have a say again. I think that in those circumstances, there are real difficulties for a community-based district licensing committee to actually deal with. And so this is the problem that I think that you have compared to the practice that you've had in the past. Whether the law or not, I'm a lawyer, I argue my cases in the law, I don't make the law, I'm not a judge. But I think that what it's done is it's put a spotlight on that practice, and it just so happened, because the other time it happened, sir, was actually the last time I was here for the Great Glenorchy Base Camp hearing. That also did not have a Section 100F certificate, and I was not aware of the issues at the time. But it was just on the verge of completion. It was just being completed. It was built, had its big room, and it had all the shadows around the place. They showed photos of all the completions, and very shortly after, it got its compliance certificate and opened, and nobody was upset with that. But this, I believe, is a very, very different situation. And it's awful, I think, for a committee, because I think that, you've been doing this a long time, all of you, the chair and all the chairs, because you're all chairs, you're commissioners. I think that it is really hard when a practice gets disrupted like that. But I do think that you've been caught out in a practice that should never have happened, and you're caught in the spotlight with a very large number of objectors, with opposition from the medical officer of health. So, sir, my closing will recommend very strongly that that you decline the licence both on Section 100F grounds, but also on amenity grounds, on suitability grounds, and in particular in relation to the object of the Act, on the basis of the case law I outlined in my opening, and also points I'm going to make in my closing. So, but I did just want to say those things to explain my thinking about what's been going on and my late nights contemplations of matters. So I hope it both helps you and also probably a little bit disgruntles you as well, but I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
I take your comment about questions asked, but the root of most of the objections have been about the misuse of alcohol, and so they have covered. People have covered points in Section 105. I'll ask Mr. Young to address the question of Section 100 and 100F, but it doesn't say it needs to be a compliance certificate issued.
Well, sir, I can. The authority has said what you're doing is okay, and I can take you to the decision now if you like.
Yeah.
Give you some comfort. So the decision is NZ-LNQ 2014 NZ-ALA 229. It's a decision of the authority, but it's under the Sale of Liquor Act. But sections 9 and 31 of the Sale of Liquor Act are exactly the same as Section 100F of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. And there was no no building code certificate. So what the authority said is the application was not complete. It failed to comply with Section 91E of the Sale of Liquor Act, as at the time of filing there was no certificate by the local authority that the proposed use of the premises met the requirements of the building code. Technically, therefore, it was not an application, and this is the resolution. Nevertheless, this situation frequently arises, and the authority considers that it is correct to treat the application as a valid application. merely noting that before any licence could issue, an appropriate building certificate would be required. The authority appreciates that section 91E is impractical, as frequently an applicant is not prepared to complete a building until it knows whether or not a licence will be granted. Plainly, that situation qualifies for a waiver in terms of section 111 of the Act. So there's that decision, which dealt with the issue and said this is what we have to do.
What year was that?
2014. So NZ LNQ 2014 NZR 229. And that's paragraph 4B. And then in paragraph 6, the authority went on to say, sorry, no, I won't, I don't need to go there. That's just the conclusion which reiterates the reasoning. Then I can take you to two other decisions where the authority's done the same thing. The first one is Big Barrel, and my friend actually referred to it in her submissions. So this is Big Barrel 2013 NZR 256, and at paragraph 2 of that application, and Mr. Sheriff was acting for the applicant, the application is for a new standalone bottle shop situated in an area, but what it says, a building code compliance certificate will need to be obtained if the licence issues as the building is still under construction. And then at the end of that decision, paragraph 57, clearances will need to be obtained in accordance with the building code before any licence issues. So you can undertake your assessment, you can grant an application, but you can say, but we won't issue the licence until the council is satisfied that the building is built, complies with the code, and then the licence issues. There's another example, St Andrews Holdings, 2014 NZR 198, same issue, and in that decision, it's actually not paragraph numbered, but it's the third paragraph. The application was duly advertised. There are no significant regulatory issues, although a final certificate of compliance with the building code will be required prior to the issue of a licence. So and that has been the adopted and accepted practice, as far as I'm aware, by numerous DLCs and inspectorates based on those decisions. And there hasn't been much more about it recently because no one's challenged it, because that's been the way you deal with it. So in my view, the first step is for you to consider a waiver, and you can issue a procedural decision granting a waiver for that omission, because in the NZ LNQ decision, Judge Hall says that scenario where you don't want to build until you know is grounds for a waiver. It's a reasonable ground for a waiver. So you grant, if you reach the view, that's the same as him, you grant the waiver, bearing in mind, as my friend has emphasised, you are bound by authority decisions rather than them being just persuasive. So that's the law as it stands, sir. So I'm not quite sure why that hasn't been addressed by my friend, but that's the position. What is proposed here can happen.
Very old position.
It has happened, and it's been endorsed by the authority. The only other point I want to make is so I wanted to give all those decisions so my friend has a chance to look at those, but I think they're very plain on their face. The only other decision I want to mention, which I'll deal with in more detail in written closing, is TST Limited. I'll give you the reference, so you have it now. Sorry, I've just got a strange box I can't get rid of. There we go. It's 2025, so very recent, NZR 216, and it's an on-licence decision. An on-licence near a residential area and job form objections. And my friend quite rightly said that in the Rosedale decision, there was an issue of weight. In TST, Judge Spear goes further in terms of template objections, and this is not me trying to diminish a process, this is not me trying to take away from the fact that objections have been lodged, this is just the law. And I'm simply giving to you what the authority has said about this form of objection. And what Judge Spear said at paragraph 6 of that decision, he summarises the drop form objections, and he says, we simply observe that no weight can be given by us to the drop form objections in relation to this appeal. The authority must decide an appeal on the evidence properly before the DLC and any further evidence that the authority grants leave to be adduced. We have no idea who the objectors are or where they reside, having regard to the documents included in the appeal material. So that was a difficulty. He hadn't heard any evidence from those people, and the drop form objections weren't prepared by them. And that's what he said in TST, not me. I was involved in the appeal, but that was what they'd found. So I want to put that case on the record too.
Sorry, what date was that case?
So was it a bare land appeal, you say?
Sorry, I'll talk to the committee. That is 2025 NZ ALA 216.
Thank you. Sorry.
And so I just wanted to put, so I will deal with that in my written closing submissions. What I would say, and I think my friend would address this, there is a decision of the High Court called Bellers, where it says if an objector doesn't appear but the written submission, or the written objection is cogent and self-sustaining, so therefore detailed, we're talking about the objection here, not evidence filed. If that objection was so well formed that it did answer your questions and you did get good information from it, that could be given weight. It could be self-sustaining. But the problem here is the drop form, as acknowledged by all objectors, is a box-ticking exercise with very little personal writing in it. Some people add comments, but what Bellas, so it's Bellas, and it's in the High Court. It was an off-licence on the Karikari Peninsula. They, to be fair to you, they did say, look, there could be circumstances where an objector not appearing, there would be some weight, but it would have to be a well-drafted, fulsome written objection. And I'll be saying to you, well, the template objections don't get you there. They don't deliver that. So I just want to get those two decisions out as well. And the reason that's important is in Rosedale, the authority said we're seeing more and more of these drop form objections, and we have concerns about that, about author authenticity. Judge Spear took it a bit further and said, I can't give them any weight because I don't know what they would have said at a hearing because they didn't come to a hearing, and the drop form objection, the statements in it aren't prepared by them. So those are the reason I want to get those out is to give every party an opportunity to comment. But that's the law as I understand it on both template objections and section 100F.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Council, we'd like your closing written submissions, 24th November, Monday, and you 2 days later, Mr. Young, the 26th of November.
I'll make that happen, sir, but it won't be working on the weekends, I imagine. That's fine.
I think it's
a Wednesday, I think.
It's a Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm just before the authority on Wednesday and Thursday of that week, but they're enforcement matters. No, that's fine, sir. I can make that work.
You can make it a later date.
The 28th, if I have it Friday that week, just to give me a buffer, I'll try and file them quicker.
That's fine. Okay. John?
Yeah.
That's fine. So it's final submissions, 24th November, and the applicant's final submissions on the 28th.
Thank you, sir.
Right, now have we got a final witness here? Who is it? Who is it? Oh, Wayne Morris. Is Wayne Morris here yet? Okay. Well, we're waiting.
Get in touch with them, did we?
Yeah. Can you get in touch with them?
Confirmed, sorry, confirmed yesterday evening, he can't make it any earlier than 2:30.
That's an hour away.
It's an hour away. We'll adjourn. Thank you.
Can you confirm who's going to be here? You won't be here at 2:30? You got to catch a plane or something?
Yes, just before 3, we'll have to leave.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
2:30. 2:30. Well, good afternoon again. I understand Dr. Wayne Morris is available. Thank you very much. We have your written evidence. Would you like to address that after you've been sworn or give an affirmation? Thank you.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give, touching on the matter before this committee, will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Your sounds, I've got a soft voice, been talking too much. Can you hear me? Yep. Many thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate it. I've been practicing medicine for 46 years and I'm still practicing today. We have medical degrees as well as a science degree in physiology. If this DLC or any DLC or anybody in this room actually asked me what is one of the most difficult problems to treat in my medical practice, I'd have to say it's alcohol addiction and harm. And it's probably the worst problem, and it's probably the second problem, and even the third problem. And why? It's actually a very easy question to answer. And it's not hard. You think it's multi-level, multifactorial, but it's actually not. It's because alcohol is a psychoactive substance and that people become addicted to, and that this addiction is extremely difficult to treat at a medical practitioner level, and no matter what the intervention. Patients are recalcitrant to treatment. Patients can relapse at any time, and they can relapse over decades of their addiction. Patients do not recognise their addiction, as New Zealand society has normalised excessive drinking culture. Patients are not fringe members of society. They are respected professionals. There are teachers, executives, community leaders, lawyers, and even, sad to say, doctors. They go home at night and they'll drink 2 to 3 bottles of red wine, and they'll drink more at the weekends. This is not an exaggeration. It is nothing but appallingly tragic and sad. I treat them with antabuse, medication that makes them violently ill if they take alcohol, but they still relapse. They will hide their alcohol in their garden sheds, their garages, their basements, and their motor vehicles, anywhere they can. Their lives become dominated by concealment and consumption. This is a lifetime addiction, and it's actually brutal. Nobody chooses to get cancer. However, in contrast to cancer, alcohol addiction does begin with choice, and then it will consume their life. So why are doctors and researchers getting more vocal about alcohol? Well, obviously they're all concerned about the enormous magnitude of decades of harm in New Zealand. It has and still is responsible for in all levels of New Zealand society. But however, more importantly, it's become more evident that ethanol alcohol is actually a group 1 carcinogen. So by international health agencies, you're dealing today all around the world with a class 1, group 1 carcinogen. Now that's the same as tobacco, and it's also the same as asbestos. It's been well documented, for example, that alcohol is the cause of 4.7% of global deaths. Global deaths are around 150,000 people per day, 153,000, which is 1.78 people per second. So you don't have to be a brilliant mathematician to work out huge number of people, huge number of problems, huge number of consequences. So why is alcohol so harmful? Well, the reason is it's actually converted into a substance called acetaldehyde in the human body. Now, acetaldehyde interferes with DNA repair and increases DNA mutation frequency. So DNA mutation is the underlying factor that makes cells cancerous. So even in the atmosphere, if you breathe it, it's classified as a high-risk pollutant. So you want to drink it as well. So you may well ask, well, drinking, so what? You know, okay, we're drinking a Group 1 carcinogen. Well, drinking 5 to 6 standard drinks of alcohol per day increases the risk of developing cancer of the throat, larynx, which is your voice box, and the esophagus by a factor of greater than 50. They're pretty significant figures, guys. So overall, alcohol is a highly cancerous causing substance on its own, let alone if you add in all the other effects that the submitters I've seen today and yesterday, they voiced their issues with it. I was going to drill down on a number of what I thought were very disturbing failings of the application, but I know time's limited as well, so I'll just concentrate on a few of them, if you can bear with me. The first is the Insight Economics Technical Memo. In the memo, Fraser Cosgrove supports the application by stating there will be an increased demand for liquor retail spending in the local catchment area, and this will not affect current retail distribution effects under the 91 Resource Management Act. There are references to Statistics New Zealand median population growth projections and projections of liquor retail spend. I managed to sit in yesterday for a couple of the presentations, and there was one presenter who questioned the population stats of the applicant as not matching QLDC's own projections and were more related to available section sales. So that's a bit of a damning evidence on its own, but however, the memo is actually worse than that, and I'd submit that it's actually misleading and basically worthless. Why? Well, the memo makes no reference to published data collected over the last 15 years by Stats New Zealand that clearly demonstrates there's been a massive decrease in alcohol consumption all over New Zealand. This data is factual, it's not projection. The consumption from 2010 to 24 is down 10.7%. Facts. Comparing 23 to 22, it is down 5.3%. Comparing 24 to 23, the drop is 4.9%. The stats cover all beer, table wine, fortified wine, spirit-based drinks, and spirits. Now, if you cross-reference that to the New Zealand population, in 2010, the New Zealand population was 4.37 million people. In 25, it has increased to 5.31 million people. That's an increase of 940-odd thousand people. Growth of 21.4%. It's actually the other way around, 21.4. So far more population, but less actually being drunk per head. This is a huge and significant piece of information that is completely missing from the Insight memo. The proposal you have before you today totally ignores this reality. Worse, it dismisses it. This memo is not just weak, it is simplistic, it's irresponsible and quite frankly shocking. Per head of population is falling in a growing population, so the case is we need more bottle stores becomes very weak. In fact, it becomes upside down. My point here is this: if this DLC approves a licence application that ignores real national consumption data while relying on speculative population modelling, then that is negligent and probably dangerous. Carrying on, as a doctor, I have to challenge some of the applicants' rebuttals of the MHO evidence. I found some of those comments needing to be rebutted. And one of them is the relevance of academic evidence in evaluating harm. And this will lead into a major section that I want to discuss, and that is housing vulnerability. Now, KHL criticises the MOH use of academic evidence, arguing that it's misplaced reliance. This is an incorrect framing of both the Act and the role of evidence in licensing. Their view is arrogant, alarming, and actually quite dangerous. Public health and alcohol harm is often prospective. It's based on population health effects, patterns of access, and research into supply and consumption. The MHO job is to actually protect the public from harm. The MHO would be remiss not to use contemporary evidence-based, peer-reviewed academic studies and research. The assertion that academic studies on national and international related trends are of minimal value in a site-specific licensing application actually mischaracterises the purpose of the various acts and the case law representing it. Academic studies are not just merely relevant, they are actually essential to responsible decision making. In the Venus New Zealand versus District Licence Committee, Auckland Council and others, the High Court made it very clear the object of the Act demands a precautionary orientation, citing the need to err on the side of public safety in the face of uncertainty around harm. The Venus case clearly highlighted that decision makers should reasonably rely on peer-reviewed empirical studies showing correlations between alcohol availability and harm when specific local data does not exist, when it is incomplete, unavailable, or underreported. Where there is no site-specific data or an absence of fully developed local stats, academic research is even more relevant. Academic research provides the necessary evidential foundation to address these gaps. So let's drill down on another case, the Kaiti Club Hotel, NZARL 225. The authorities specifically acknowledge that academic or national level research evidence should not be disregarded simply because it is not drawn exclusively from the immediate locality. This is a very relevant, very significant nuance, because earlier cases like Rosedale Liquor were sometimes interpreted as saying that only local evidence was actually factual and relevant. Kaiti Club clarifies that both local and general research can be probative, provides it helps the authority understand the nature and risk of alcohol-related harm to arise in comparable settings. In the Kaiti case, the authority actually stated, in quotation marks, the authority does not consider that academic or national research should be disregarded simply because it is not confined to the particular locality. While the statutory focus remains on the locality, research evidence which assists in understanding the relationship between alcohol availability and harm, or between outlet density and community outcomes, remains relevant and may properly inform the DLC's assessment. This statement was made in response to the applicant's submission that the Medical Officer of Health's reliance on broad academic research, particularly Caswell, Connor et al., was irrelevant because it did not specifically analyse Kaiti or Gisborne. The authority rejected that criticism and confirmed that academic evidence is relevant when it assists in interpreting likely harm, even if it is general rather than geographically specific. Unlike KHL's framed understanding, the MHA is not a mere technical witness. It is a statutory advisor with obligations under the Acts to present population health risk evidence, including academic, epidemiological and community data. The MOH is therefore correct to draw upon high-quality, peer-reviewed evidence to inform any alcohol licensing committee under Section 105 and Section 4 of the Act. To do otherwise is actually to expose any community to available harm and undermine the preventative approach of Parliament. Now, so if we look at housing vulnerability, so I've set the scene for a court's acceptance of academic studies being very relevant. So I'd like you to keep that court acceptance in the forefront of your mind, because I'd now like to go on and draw down to the housing vulnerability statements in the applicant's submission. If you drill down, and I'll firstly drill down in a general sense, and then I'll drill down with a reference to recent New Zealand studies. I'll also reference an international study. The applicant makes the following statements, and I quote, "Hawea is a stable, mature and well-functioning community. Hawea is not vulnerable to alcohol harm. Present deprivation data indicates the locality is not high risk or vulnerable in an alcohol harm sense, and the objections unfairly characterise the people who may utilise the housing as vulnerable." There are a multitude of references on this point throughout the applicant's submission. These statements are obviously made to downplay the very real risks associated with placing yet another alcohol outlet near a high-density residential area. However, nowhere in the KHL application paperwork of statements and rebuttals do they provide any alcohol harm data that supports these statements. Be quite specific on that. Yes, they make statements about median personal income, home ownership data, median rents, and then jump to the conclusion that Hawea is not vulnerable to alcohol harm. KHL's council even actually goes further by criticising the MOH submissions for not having health data. The exact words from that submission are, MOH delegates oppose licence applications ostensibly because there are public objections, and MOH objections are not based on an analysis of health data. So KHL bags the MOH for no analysis of health data, it actually supplies no health data itself. Clearly there's a large gap between the applicant's perception of the vulnerability of the area and that of objectors. These statements are misleading and, to put it bluntly, frankly wrong. So affordable housing does not mean free from vulnerability. In fact, the very definition of affordable in an area like Queenstown and Wanaka, one of the most expensive housing areas in New Zealand, implies financial strain, long working hours, maybe 2 jobs, higher rents, higher stress, limited access to or a complete lack of support services, well-documented risk factors for alcohol harm. To suggest that residents won't be vulnerable because they are working families or young families struggling to get on the property ladder is just naive. It's dismissive, it's dangerous, and so out of touch, I think it's appalling. The application ignores decades of public health evidence that demonstrates that alcohol harm affects people regardless of their profession or postcode. Now let's just drill down into this way better. In April 2024, the Medical Journal published a very concerning major study. It was entitled Changes in Alcohol-Related Emergency Department Presentations, a comparison of 3 identical time periods from 2013, 2017 and 2022. Over these 3 identical time periods, researchers tracked alcohol-related presentations at Christchurch Hospital, a hospital that has 130,000 admissions a year. So the stats are there. You know, you can argue Hawea hasn't got much of a population, so it doesn't have the stats. But when with 130,000 admissions, we're talking some pretty accurate stats. In 2013, alcohol was behind just 5% of the ED visits. In 2022, that had doubled to 11%. That is a staggering jump in emergency cases involving alcohol. And it happened during the same decade when overall alcohol consumption in New Zealand was falling, as I clearly outlined at the start of my submission. The most devastating finding, though, wasn't actually the real shift in that the numbers on the patients or the volume of patients turning up. It was actually in who was turning up. Presentations from youth dropped sharply. So alcohol abuse happened less with the teenagers. However, cases amongst people 25 to 54 and 54 and over skyrocketed. In other words, alcohol harm hasn't gone away or shrunk. It's actually aged up. Again, the applicant is actually arguing for an upside-down fact. Alcohol harm is now hitting the working-age and middle-aged New Zealanders, the same demographic that the applicant states are not vulnerable to alcohol harm and will be perfectly fine living next to yet another alcohol outlet in Hawea. The applicant's Hawea demographic that he states is actually the Hawea demographic is actually the demographic that is most seriously at risk in New Zealand now. Researchers also found that this older demographic group were just not turning up sourced on some Pinot. In 22, 1 in 4 patients admitted drinking more than 20 standard drinks of alcohol in one session. That is extreme alcohol abuse and harm. So alcohol harm doesn't affect a hypothetical vulnerable group. It actually affects people holding down jobs. It affects people raising kids, paying mortgages. And as the study shows, clearly shows, it's currently affecting people in all stages of life, and particularly in the demographic that's actually currently in Hawea. So now this demographic change is now recognised worldwide. The Spanish Ministry of Health 24 survey on alcohol and drugs in Spain confirmed that there was a clear shift from episodic binge drinking in youth to regular, near daily consumption amongst adults aged 25 to 54. And that alcohol-related harm was now concentrated more amongst adults in their working years. This is the same stable, mature group that the applicant says will not be affected. The Spanish study went further. This group showed an increased co-use of painkillers, sedatives, dangerous mix, so you significantly increase or you elevate the risk of chronic illness, codependencies, and injury. The international convergence of these two studies irrefutably confirms that alcohol-related harm is increasingly driven by frequent, habitual drinking in the working age population, and that midlife adults, and by midlife adults rather than by isolated episodes of intoxication amongst youth. So going back to the Christchurch study, it's important to note that eligible patient presentations in 2022 were actually probably significantly higher, but many could not be interviewed due to COVID isolation, protocol protection. Okay? There are a number of other relevant conclusions from the study which are very clear. Alcohol places a significant yet preventable burden on our emergency departments and health system. That we need stronger controls on alcohol availability if we are serious about reducing harm. More alcohol stores means more alcohol harm. More alcohol harm means more emergency presentations. More emergency presentations means more lives shattered, more families broken, more public health costs dumped on the taxpayer and the hospital system. So let's stop pretending that just another bottle store is some harmless retail decision. The community doesn't actually need another bottle store. In fact, you could argue what it actually needs is relief from the existing ones. And there are lots of them in this area. So I repeat that. The community doesn't actually need a new bottle store. It actually needs relief from the existing ones. So the question is not whether this licence will hurt a vulnerable few. The question is, are you prepared to keep ignoring the data and keep pouring fuel on the fire? The world is saying no, and not just the Hawea community. Therefore, I think it's time we actually stop pretending more alcohol access is harmless. So let's drill down another area, and one that particularly was out of line is when KHL discusses the second MOH report. and claims that this report appeared to be prompted by public objections and therefore lacks independence, and to quote, is concerning. Reference to public objections does not undermine the legitimacy of the MHO report at all. KHL's argument fails on two grounds. First, the MOH is expressly entitled and indeed required under Section 105 to consider public input in its assessment of community health risk. Second, referencing academic studies or community concerns does not reduce the validity of the MHO expert input. It actually strengthens it. In the Venus New Zealand case, the High Court found no impropriety in statutory agencies adjusting their position in light of new information or public input. Agencies can adjust their views during the licensing process as new information comes to hand, and this is what the MOH has done and is legitimately entitled to. Under Section 105 1H and 105 LH or 1H or 1I, decision maker must consider the amenity and general order of the community and of the locality, including potential impacts on community feedback and local risk factors. If public objections reveal additional concerns, e.g. proximity to sensitive sites, community resistance, late night disorder, etc., it is proper and necessary that the MOH update or supplements its position. In the Kaiti case, the High Court accepted that public affidavits and community submissions form part of a legitimate evidential base for the MOH to adjust its perspective. As such, the second report reflects lawful responsiveness to the emergence of new information. It is not evidence of bias or obstructionism, but of actually professional diligence. It certainly does not lack independence or is concerning. I would say that this description actually very accurately describes the KHL case and not the MOH case. I also want to look at the post-23 framework. So let's drill down on another area that has to be challenged. KHL accuses the MOH of not citing post-23 decisions, yet the same critique can actually be applied to KHL. The decision KHL relies on, such as Nisha's Two Brothers, Dylan, Shady Lady, etc., predate the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Community Participation Amendment Act 23, which explicitly rebalances licensing processes in favour of the community and public health values. KHL's submissions rely heavily on pre-23 law and repeatedly assert the legal precedent remains basically unchanged. Sorry, but this is just not correct. You have to understand the origins and genesis of the law changes. It is actually the multiple legal challenges in cases like Two Brothers that demonstrated the limitations of the 212 Act regarding the enforcement of local alcohol policies, and this actually prompted the government to address these gaps and solidify the principles in case law. This change in statutory purpose is actually central now. If any DLC does not recognise the amendment's intent, then it risks applying outdated principles in a manner that is contrary to Parliament's expressly stated goals. Therefore, citing pre-23 decisions without acknowledging the change in legislation and context is not only complete, but it's misleading. Community participation, health perspectives, and future harm reduction are now explicitly strengthened in law. The MOH submissions reflect this change. It should be seen as aligned with the statutory purpose, even if it is not framed in legalistic terms. I want to drill down on another area, and that is community risk and past conduct. KHL emphasises differences in past cases which involve breaches, poor management, deprivation issues, with their own proposal. There are multiple references in the application being responsible, etc. Unfortunately, that responsibility is not reflected in the clientele that purchase alcohol. They make statements such as two of their managers have bought homes in the area and the Remarkables Park venue is next to a gym. Well, with the respect, it's anecdotal, irrelevant, and does not negate the broader risk profile of what is being proposed here. Queenstown venue, for example, is in a massively developing town centre that bears no resistance to Hawea in any size, shape or form. But let's get back to the licensing test. This test is not solely about conduct or past character or past contact or conduct. It is about the context in which alcohol will be sold, the prospective harm within that context, and whether the granting a new licence is consistent with the Act's objective, Section 4, and the local public interest. The Act now requires the minimisation of alcohol harm. In the Venus case, the object of the Act is central. Justice Palmer held that the object in Section 4 must guide all decisions made under the Act. He stated, word for word, all decisions under the Act must be made with a view to achieving the object of the Act, the minimisation of alcohol-related harm. Justice Palmer confirmed that the object of the Act is not aspirational, but a mandatory evaluative standard. He endorsed a precautionary approach, meaning that decision makers need not have to wait to occur or for harm to occur before taking preventative action. He stated, if evidence shows a real risk of alcohol-related harm, even if it is not yet realised, the decision maker, you guys, are entitled to act to prevent it. The court found this approach consistent with the purpose of the Act and also with public health principles. So MOH evidence, academic, data-backed, precautionary, speaks directly to the context and should not be downplayed simply because it does not fit KHL's legal strategy. I'd now like to discuss treatment capacity. There are multiple references about the application being supportive of various sports teams, but nowhere in the application could I see any reference to financial support being offered for alcohol addiction services. Obviously, there has been zero done in this area from any of the outlets managed by this applicant, and the intention here is probably the same. A big, unresponsible zero. The DLC, however, cannot look at alcohol availability on its own. It must look at whether the community has the ability to cope with more alcohol harm. In Central Otago and the Queenstown Lakes Wanaka area, addiction and mental health services are already stretched beyond capacity. This fact must be given significant weight under the sale and supply of alcohol laws. This regional service insufficiency is further compounded by national data showing declining access to specialist addiction care. It's driven by workforce shortages, unmet needs, and is confirmed by the Mental Health and Wellbeing Commission's latest reports. There is no area in New Zealand that has enough social workers, counsellors, family violence support services, youth services, and alcohol addiction services to meet the needs of their catchment area. There's no one in New Zealand who has sound mind who could dispute that fact. They're just not there. The doctors are not there, the nurses aren't there, counsellors aren't there, the psychologists aren't there. You name it, they're not there, guys. all medical services have been under the pump in crisis mode for many years. In the face of a wickedly overstretched addiction and social support services, the risk of harm is objectively heightened, and this fact must be treated as significant and material in assessing this application. Increasing alcohol availability without corresponding increases in support infrastructure should actually go first, personally, is inconsistent with the statutory purpose of the Act and would completely disregard the preventative intent of the Act. Now, I'd now like to address a subject that I think this DLC would never comprehend or suspect as having an issue with alcohol harm. And that is high performance New Zealand sport. In the Central Otago area, you have many high performance athletes who have trained and achieved huge international success in a multitude of sports disciplines, right up to Olympic level. One would think that finely tuned athletes in the peak of their performance, with the most disciplined bodies in the country, would be immune for alcohol harm. But unfortunately, there are multiple cases of promising athletes succumbing to alcohol addiction, alcohol harm, and derailing promising careers. So if alcohol can do this to athletes at this level of discipline, then alcohol can do it to anybody anywhere. But who am I to comment on this issue? Well, I have looked after New Zealand international sports teams for many decades. I have had the privilege to have been selected to be the team doctor for a number of our international teams, and therefore my experience is immense. For example, I've been the New Zealand Olympic team doctor, the New Zealand Commonwealth Games team doctor. I've been the New Zealand Rugby League team doctor for a multitude of international test matches, as well as tours of Australia, England, Wales, France, Papua New Guinea. I've been the senior men's softball team doctor for tours of Canada and the USA. I've been the doctor for World Softball Championships in the Philippines and Canada. I've been to places like Yuyang, China, to look after our New Zealand dragon boat teams at the World Dragon Boat Championships. The list can just go on, but I was awarded the New Zealand Commemoration Medal for services to New Zealand sport. So my point here is that alcohol harm can and does occur anywhere. It can occur in the high decile residential areas of Remuera, right up to international sports athletes. So no group is spared, and there's no group currently in the Hawea catchment area that this application applies to that will be spared either. So I'm conscious of time, and I wanted to discuss a whole lot of other things, but look, I'll just jump to summary, okay? So statistical analysis memo submitted the statistical analysis memo submitted as part of the application is so built on projections, I contend that it's valueless. The application makes vulnerability statements about the Hawea populations, which are assertions only and lack evidence. And it directly contradicts contemporary New Zealand medical research, showing midlife harm is rising. The best peer-reviewed New Zealand and worldwide studies clearly demonstrate that Hawea will be vulnerable. In fact, it will be the most vulnerable. They are the exact group that is showing up in EDs, hammered, often drinking more than 20 standard drinks in one session, and this is now an international pattern as well. The application makes a hypothetical case for an increased demand for liquor licence outlets, completely ignoring actual national consumption data, which irrefutably confirms that year on year for the last decade, alcohol consumption anywhere in New Zealand is dramatically declining. If consumption is falling, well, why do we need more outlets? We don't. Existing outlets are more than sufficient. Each outlet increases supply, normalises drinking, pushes harm deeper into the community. This is not speculation, this is epidemiology. The applicant makes no offer to financially support any alcohol support services and has not done so from any of his existing outlets. And the Central Lakes area is so woefully deficient in alcohol support services. It would be great that if there was some financial support. More outlets without more support is the opposite of harm minimisation. The submissions by KHL attempt to minimise public health concerns. They downplay the practical effects of introducing another liquor outlet into a small residential locality. And in contrast, this DLC must take a forward-looking, risk-based, community-informed approach that fully reflects the amended purpose of the Act, namely reducing alcohol-related harm and giving meaningful weight to community well-being and voice. This is not a neutral act. It introduces a new source of ready alcohol supply into a small mixed-use community near young families, recreational facilities and sensitive environmental assets. The committee has sound statutory ground to refuse this licence. Alcohol is regulated because it's actually lethal in slow motion. It should never be normalised as an everyday commodity. It is a Group 1 carcinogen. The youth of today now are realising it. That's why they're not drinking as much alcohol. And the objectors are not a fringe minority. They are medical professors, psychologists, health professionals, teachers, researchers, and just as important, ordinary hard-working New Zealanders who have lived in the area for decades. There is a wide, credible, deeply informed spectrum of opposition here, and they are unanimous. This licence, in this place, at this time, is wrong. So when you have many voices saying the same thing, you don't actually question the data. I think you change course. You have an opportunity here to stop more harm before it begins. To grant this licence ignores the increasing New Zealand and international evidence. It disregards or ignores the current law, and it also disregards common sense. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Morris, for your very extended version of your submission, your evidence. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, it's very comprehensive. I think I had a lot of questions. I think I'll just take it as you read. It's really pleasing to hear there's a huge decrease, which I understood too, in consumption of alcohol, especially among young people, which would appease some of our submitters we've had. And I have to take it as reading that we've got limited support services out throughout New Zealand, so it's not just here. And then I expect that your view is that there should be no more liquor licences issued throughout New Zealand. That's what I take from it. I presume when you're talking liquor licence, you're talking just off licence, or you're talking, is it okay for a cafe to open an on licence out at Longview?
A cafe has quite different...
Sorry?
A cafe licence is quite different from this one. If you'd asked me this question 2 or 3 years ago, I would probably said, no, I've got no objection. But the evidence is now coming out all around the world. Previously, we had to guess a lot of evidence. We couldn't actually look into a brain. We now have Tesla 2, 3, 5, 4, 5 MRIs. We can actually give anybody a substance and actually see what's happening in their brain. So if you asked me about a cafe licence in the Hawea 2 or 3 years ago, I'd probably have said no. But currently, I'd say the evidence is you're taking a carcinogen. And I think this has galvanised the whole community in Hawea, that I think anyone that's ever thinking of adding any alcohol off licence or in licence to anything is going to have one hell of a battle, because it's just, I just can't believe the galvanisation of this community against this application. It's stunning.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was really good. There's a lot of stuff there I'd like to discuss, but we've run out of time, so thank you.
Now, I wasn't too sure how many copies you guys want, but I've bought 4. Could they be entered into whoever you want to? But I didn't have a stapler.
No, I don't want to write a reply, but just to signal an issue that's been floating along the last couple of days is that evidence filed and evidence given orally has been quite different and much more extensive on a number of occasions, and perhaps this evidence demonstrates that more than any. And so the difficulty with that is you asked for evidence to be pre-filed, and you asked for questions to be submitted to you on the evidence that was pre-filed.
Can I just answer that?
Oh, sorry, I'll just finish if I could. We, I think, just need to work with it, but I'm just signalling there is a difficulty there, and if I could get a copy of the material that this witness has spoken to, there's much of it I probably don't need to comment on. There were, for example, I thought Venus was Justice Heath, not Justice Palmer, but I want to check, make sure we've got the right decision and just check some of those things. But all I can do is, we shouldn't be prejudiced by objectives that haven't followed the directions. But I'm not intending to make a lot of that. I'm just signalling there is a difficulty with how the presentations have been given. We had a one-page statement from this witness. The evidence he just given doesn't reflect that one-page statement. So we just have to work with it. I don't really want to reconvene and call more evidence. We just have to work with it.
By the same token, you can dispute anything you wish in your final submissions.
Yes, but my client was prevented from responding to this evidence.
That's true.
He didn't get a chance to rebut it because we filed, then the objectors filed, and then we had a rebuttal opportunity.
Yeah, it gets down to the weight we put on it.
I think that's right. That's the submission will be what weight you can put to it, okay. and of course with natural justice.
We can't take it any further this afternoon.
No, thank you, sir.
Can I reply, please? You have to respect doctors actually working at the coalpit phase. Like, for example, I drove up from Dunedin here to hear a few the things yesterday. I then drove back down to Dunedin, did a clinic. I did a clinic this morning, drove back up again. So when you put tight time frames on actually professionals who are actually trying to treat people, it's extremely difficult.
I hear what you say. By the same token, you've had the opportunity to put your case, and you put it very well. Okay. Thank you, everybody. That concludes it. The decision will, of course, be reserved. I'm not going to put a time limit on to when we can do it. There's a lot of things a lot of information to digest, and we'll give the decision as soon as we can.
Excuse me, sir. May I ask if there could be confirmation of written closing submissions for the Medical Officer of Health and myself?
Yes.
Perhaps the 26th of November to kind of be in the middle of the other parties? Would that be acceptable?
Happy with that? Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you got a copy of the evidence for Council? God, you so restrained. You should.
Lovely to meet you all. I have to go to the airport now, or I'll turn into a
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank thank you for the manakitanga and the coffee and the things, and the best pan au chocolat I've ever had in my life. It was big. From pan au chocolat's beautiful pastry from the